Yes, I did get my shirt.
No, no, we feel it.
Oh, yeah, it was late before it was so down. Yeah, I'm just started everything off.
Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Little Elm ISD. Today is September 17th. We will now call to order the meeting at 6:30 PM. First up, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Texas state flag.
The Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. This evening, we will not have invocation. So at this time, can we do introduction and roll call, please?
Mr. Daniel Gallagher,
Present.
Mr. Dan Blackwood,
Present.
Ms. Leanna Harding. Here. Mr. David Montemayor,
Present.
Ms. Melissa Myers,
Here.
Mr. Jason Olson,
Here.
Mr. Alejandro Flores.
Here.
And that person, Mr. Deleon Haynes.
Thank you. We'll go to approval of minutes. I need a motion to approve the August 20th regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, discuss and approve the August 13th public hearing. Need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or discussion on that? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. And then lastly, discuss and approve the August 24th special meeting. Need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or discussion on that? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to the superintendent spotlight. Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, President Myers, board members, at this time, I would like to invite Kathy Cunningham, Mary Day, Sharon Moody, and Adam Miller up to the podium for a special presentation. They are with the Tribute HOA, great partners of ours. We've had a great relationship with them over the last several years. So they're going to present the district with something very special that I think everyone's going to be excited about. And I think President Myers, if you want to go up there to receive, they have a very large check.
We all like those.
So Kathy, if you want to, in fact, let me just come up there. Kathy, if you want to go to the microphone and give everyone kind of a background as to why we're receiving this check for a little over $1 million.
Yes. The check we're presenting this evening is from the Homeowners Association for the Tribute. It represents the final payment for the agreement that we entered into now approximately 5 years ago to assist with the construction of Prestwick STEM Academy located in the Tribute. When we first put this project together, we were excited and also nervous about, oh my gosh, we've made over a $4 million commitment. And we are so pleased to be able to come this evening and pay off the balance that we had agreed to in full 5 years early. So with that, what we'd like to do is present you and the board with a check for $1,150,000.
Awesome. And we'll do a picture here in a second. I'd actually like to get the whole board up here for this picture, so we'll move this podium. But I want to thank Kathy again. We've been really good partners with the Tribute HOA, and this is nice to be able to receive this check to pay off that commitment early. And again, it's money that goes right to our kids. So we're very blessed that we have that relationship, and very proud to receive this check tonight. So let's get a picture. Ross, can I get you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The night's long. Can I do a mobile deposit with them? Yeah. Turn it over and sign it to cash.
All right, President Myers, next I would like to invite Ms. Renee Pentecost up to honor some of our students of the month for Little Elm High School. And it looks like Ms. Renee Pentecost is not here, so I'm going to ask Mr. Chris Reza. So thank you, Chris,
Yes,
for
I am
being here.
not Miss Pentecost. Thank you very much. Miss Pentecost came ill today and asked me to step in to give these awards, and I'm very honored to do so. Before, I would like to invite Miss Lynette Roberson up. She's from the Little Elm Public Library. She has a special presentation for one of our students who also happens to be one of our students of the month this month. So, Mr. Jason Umana, would you please join us up here as well?
Thank you. I'm Lynette Robertson. I'm the manager of the Little Elm Public Library. And every summer, we run our very popular summer reading program. And for the last 2 years, I have ranked the LEISD schools first, second, and third place with the not only the most readers, but the kids who've read the most each summer. And this year, we had an upset. Little Elm High School placed third in our overall summer reading program. And of all the students who participated from the high school, Jason Umana read the most minutes and put your school over the top. So congratulations. So I not only like to acknowledge the students, I also like to acknowledge the school. This is not your final trophy. You will get a permanent customized trophy to put on display in the library. And for the top student, I have a $50 Amazon gift card because reading does pay off. So,
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberson. Also, too, yeah, go ahead and stay up here, if you would, please, sir. Jason is a sophomore at LEHS. He is having a great impact on our school. He's an Avid student. He's enrolled in Avid and on-ramps and some pre-AP courses as well. And I'd like his mom to stand up too, please. Would you please rise and give her a round of applause for all the work she does for her student? And so Jason, he enjoys hanging out with his friends at school. His favorite class is World History with Coach Bo Holcomb. Outside of school, he enjoys playing recreational sports and hanging out. He's the oldest of 3 children and a top performer in the Little Elm Library Summer Reading Program. And of course, our first ever reading winner for that. So we like to congratulate him for that as well. And after school, Jason is interested in studying athletic training or computer engineering and hopes to attend TCU. So congratulations to Jason and his family for being one of our student of the months for September. Good job. Oh. Sorry. Our second student of the month is senior Kayla Grayson. Miss Kayla is president of the choir chamber and enrolled in Avid, on-ramps, and AP courses. Is Miss Grayson's mom here? Oh, parents, hey, come on, stand on up. Stand up, get recognized, get recognized. Kayla is the youngest of three girls, with both of her older sisters being LEHS alumni. Kayla enjoys singing gospel in her church and performing in Heart and Soul at LEHS, which we'll learn more about here in a second. Kayla and her family will be relocating to Florida after graduation, where she will begin to pursue a degree in the medical field with dreams of becoming a radiologist. Kayla says she loves the Lord and loves singing. Kayla brought down the house at our opening pep rally with her rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. We are honored to have leaders like Kayla at LEHS, and our second Student of the Month for September, Miss Kayla Grace.
You can get up there. Push her out of the way. It's all right. She'll move out of the way.
No worries, yeah.
Your picture's more important.
Make sure my schedule is still good? Okay. In addition, for your entertainment tonight, I would like to welcome our new Heart and Soul. One of the things we do at LEHS is we try to find ways to incorporate a lot of our talents at the high school. We find out where our students have their interests, what are they really talented in, and try to do a blend and a mesh. Ms. Haley Vale, who came to us from South Garland, has had experience in putting this kind of group together. This particular group is our top choir and our top band students, and they've come together to create a band called Heart and Soul. For your listening, they're going to play 3 songs for us tonight. But not only do they just sing and play band, they're in AP classes, they're in track, they're top students in all of what they do. And we're always looking for opportunities to reach out to our students, find out what they're interested in, and really just harness their talents and showcase it in different ways. So without further ado, Heart and Soul.
Hi everybody, we are Heart and Soul. We're going to be singing 3 songs for you tonight, and the first song is Wings by Little Wings. talking, all I know is mama told me not to waste my life. She said, that told me my little butterfly. Told me what they say, you woke up at night, and they get to say you, it seems someday to fly. And we'll let the light bring us down. No matter what you say, you will love me. No matter if I fall from the sky, it means someday to fly. Hey, 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 I don't even know what to say. Hey, 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 you better keep on walking. I wanna hear you talking, boy. You better keep on walking. I wanna hear you talking, boy. Don't be nothing, I'm not listening. There's just like water on my way. It's not like it's your wings, my little butterfly. So at night, they get to say, oh, need someday to fly. You let nobody bring us down. No matter what you say, you will never be. No matter if I fall from the sky, it means someday to fly. You let nobody bring us down. No matter what you say, you will never be. No matter if I fall from the sky, it means someday to fly.
So I'm Sila, this is Kason. I'm Ellie. And I'm Brianna Sophia Chavez. And then we're going to be singing Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. I can't help falling in love with you. I can't help falling in love with you.
Okay, I'm Mariah Evans. I'm Saray Lockhart.
I'm Kayla Grayson. We have Casey Lee over here. We also have Damon Richardson. We're going to be singing Yours by Ellen.
Held on to close
And I feel like I'm ready for love. And I wanna be everything more. And I know every day you say it, but I just want you to be sure that I am yours. That I am yours.
Well, I'm going to give you your first yes tonight. I think you'll have 7. I was looking for the golden buzzer, but listen, students, I want to thank y'all for that. That is a great example of the type of students that we have and really their talents. Really impressive. So President Myers, I'm sure y'all have, it's all a yes, 7 yeses.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. That was great.
On to the final round. But no, great job. We're really impressed. And again, just thank you for what you guys do and how you represent Little Elm ISD. Mr. Reza, any?
Yeah, and if I could, I just wanted to really thank also Haley Vale and Bryce Lewis, who spend countless hours preparing our students and getting them ready for great things ahead. And if anyone's unaware, we're like back-to-back sweepstakes, won sweepstakes across the board. So we're hopefully going to go back to back. So congratulations to you guys. I think this is just a very good example of what Little Elm and the high school can offer our students. So congratulations. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you all.
Reza.
Very cool.
All right. At this time, do we have any citizen input, Ms. Padilla? All right. Then the board will recess into closed meeting in PL1 as permitted by the Texas Opens Meeting Act, subchapter 551.072 and 074. The time is 6:54. We'll now open back up at 7:52. And first up, reports of the superintendent.
President Myers, board members, at this time, I would like to ask Dr. Ashley Glover to come up and provide us with an update regarding our focus on STEM across the district.
Thank you. Good evening, President Myers, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Gallagher. I'm so pleased to share a STEM update with you this evening. And I'll tell you, as we were seated here listening to our vocal ensemble, I thought, not only are we able to provide some incredible opportunities for our students and our teachers really carry it out, but our students actually take those chances. They take those opportunities and they make something of it. And so it really excites me to share with you where we are with STEM. So I have shared with you before, we have some professional learning that we have done with both our teachers and our educational services department, as well as our administrators. Our instructional material platform is Engineering is Elementary. We've launched our first STEM challenge. And for fourth grade, it was Now You're Cooking. And they are making different ways to cook things. And I should have some pictures here in just a minute. And then grade 5 is doing lighting systems. So that sounds great because it is great. But let me show you some pictures from the training. Okay, so here are some of our teachers, and they're learning the engineering design process. This just happened on September the 11th, and we came together, and they're having a good time. These folks are having a really great time, and they are learning some of the different things that they're going to turn around and do on the challenges in their classrooms. So it was really important that we followed the model of train our department, train our administrators and leaders, train our teachers, who will then be able to all support our students. Okay, and just a couple more. Designing solar ovens, floating and sinking. And so that's just a couple of pictures that we wanted to share with you. That's courtesy of Jennifer Bernabo, our coordinator for science. She took those. The teachers had a really great time. And when our teachers have a great time learning, they're able to share that same love of learning with our students when they do that first challenge. We're really excited about it. We just launched it. So again, about our challenges, they're real world ready. They're through the engineering design process, as you've seen, aligned with our TEKS. As I've mentioned prior to today, we have 2 members of the educational services team assigned to each campus to enable so we can support our teachers. And then each challenge is supported through this curriculum, our Makerspace Learning. And something I did want to share with you is it was about a year ago, and we realized in our community, we need these STEM opportunities everywhere. We want to take the exciting things that we're seeing, and we want that option for everyone. And so Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Roberts, they really helped us get going. The folks you see up here right now on this slide, this is, in addition to being all of the educational service teams, I wanted to take a moment and share with you how proud I am that I get to work on this team of people. Between Amanda Ball with all the professional learning and working through that, with our teachers and with our coordinators, Jennifer Bernabo and Janelle Maidley, our academic coordinators, Christy Gibson, our principal, Doug Severe, our Director for Curriculum and Learning, and Jeff Wiseman, who I'm pretty sure without him we would not have makerspaces at every campus, but he worked tirelessly on that. And I'm just excited because we're able to see something go from an idea and a need to action. And so we've seen it really unfold. And so we just launched our first challenge late last week, and so it's underway. And so we're pretty excited about that. What questions may I answer for you?
Any questions from the board? That's good.
We'll keep you updated throughout the year and as we grow. Right now we're in the 4th and the 5th grade, and then next year we'll add another 2nd and 3rd, and so on and so forth. So we have new ideas coming up with some more structured learning in the makerspace, but while still allowing for the free design and things of that nature. But it's really fun once you open your eyes to what's out there. We've really found some incredible things. Okay.
All right, thank you, Dr. Glover. And next, You're going to discuss our grading guidelines.
I am.
So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay, so each year we come to you and we share with you information on our grading guidelines. Recently, after the school year began, we chose to pause on some ideas that we were implementing in a way that students were able to take their mastery learning, and it ended up working in their summative and formative areas. We had a few questions and we wanted to make sure that any changes that we have really positively impacted our students. And so what we have done is we chose to come back to our committee to look at some different options and do the incredible grading guidelines that we've already had in place. In saying that, I have a couple of things I'd like to share with you that are really important to share with the community. So when we have missing work for our students, we now have the feature within our grade book that has an M, just means it's missing. So I know I've gotten a phone call or an email, perhaps, meaning that one of my children has a missing assignment. And so you can imagine that as we develop that as an additional communication tool for parents, I found it really interesting in the very first week that I got said email and voicemail. So that was really exciting, a little personal experience there. But we do have that assignment that teachers, or that designation that teachers can make so that parents are informed. They can go in, they can look and see what's going on with this. Was my child absent? Is there something I need to do? Is there some communication that I need to give with the teacher? Sir?
What grade level does it start at?
This is third grade. Thank you, that's an excellent question. We are standards-based grading for K1 and 2. And so that would go for third grade through 12th grade. Other questions on this slide I may answer for you? Okay. The next piece is the redoing or the retaking of an assignment, 84% or below. We still wanted to make sure that we provide students an opportunity to really show their mastery on a daily basis and also on their summative assignments. So we do have the opportunity for students to make up or redo, so to speak, assignments that they need to show additional mastery on. Okay. And then formative and summative. The formative assessments happen early and often, and Dr. Mika and Doug Severe are really working and leading us through that with our common assessments, with our summative assessments that are cumulative in nature. So we have both our formative and summative. And the reason for pointing this out is we hear formal and informal and summative and all these different vocabulary terms. And so formative is as we go along, summative is the overall. Okay. And then these are just our grade weights that you will find in our grading guidelines. So this is just the weights we have here at the different grade levels, and then what assignments should be occurring, the number of assignments. Also in your PowerPoint, within your folder, you have a link, and also in your board book, you do have the full grading guidelines as well for you to peruse. Okay. What questions may I answer for you?
And Dr. Glover, we actually have that on our website for parents as well. So parents can access, for those that are watching live, because we're streaming, they can access the grading guidelines on the parent link, I believe, on our homepage.
I will make sure it's on the parent link as well. We do have that posted on our website.
So they can find the grading guidelines there. And then
Yes,
I think the main thing we want people to know is the grading guidelines really have not changed since last year. We've maintained the same grading guidelines that we had last year, with the exception of just some added benefit like the missing, I guess,
Yes.
the missing
So we haven't had any
notification.
changes. Absolutely right, sir. We haven't had any changes. We have some upgrades, so to speak, such as the additional parent communication tool with the missing assignments. We were pretty excited about that, and so we've gotten some good feedback on it.
So I guess the only question that I had was, what was communicated to me was that the policy actually had changed
Right.
from last year, and just recently, within the last week, it went back. So there seems to be maybe a disconnect between either staff or admin on which policy we're following. And I think one of the questions was, it changed back recently. So now they're in the middle of, 4 or 5 weeks into the school year, and test and grading isn't consistent across the board.
So just prior to Labor Day weekend, we came together and we had some additional questions. So for transparency's sake, we paused because they were questions that we needed to dive a little deeper into. And so we asked ourselves and we talked to our committee and we said, do we continue forward not having these answered, or do we go with our grading guidelines, which work really, really well? Or do we just go forth for the sake of going forth? And so we know that we want to execute everything with precision all the way through. And so it was a difficult decision, but on the other hand, maybe not, because we had a choice. Okay, we're going to pause. We're going to make sure that we follow the grading guidelines we've always had in place, and we're going to take some more time to have more discussion about those different areas.
Yeah, and President Myers, let me jump in. Yes, that is true. It was communicated out early on in the year that there was going to be a change, and it was a very significant change in terms of how grades could be, and you can jump in and correct me,
Sure.
the summative grades, how they would replace certain other grades. And there was some confusion, some questions. And as we sat down and we talked about, it was early on in the year, that was the right time to make the decision to put it on pause, just to make sure that we've really worked through this, that we've brought in enough teachers to get their input before we make that significant of a change, before it really takes hold. So this change is not going to impact students' grades, correct?
No, we will, no, there are no changes in the policy as it stands now that would impact grades in any way different than they have done in the policy we've always had. With the initial policy, it would have the summative assessments would have impacted all the certain formative assignments. And in doing that, we paused in part because we wanted to make absolute certain there be no negative impact on students. And so we felt like we really had an excellent plan, and we still do, and we will reconvene as a committee. But it's one of those moments where you have to decide, do you go forth for the sake of going forth, or do you stop and say, wait, I'm not sure this is quite right. We want to make it perfect for our kids. And so that's what we chose to do. We said, we're going to stop, we're going to revisit, we're going to make it perfect right now.
And we have communicated that to the staff, correct?
We
The
have. We
principals?
communicated out just prior to Labor Day to principals, and they are retraining their staff with some updated training that I have provided for them.
And anytime that we make a change that could impact, especially impact GPA at the high school, we want to ensure that that really
Yes.
has been vetted fully.
Yes.
So we definitely feel confident in our decision to hang tight on the grading policy that we had in place last year, because we know it worked.
So with regard to the missing grades, I love the concept. My wife is a hawk when it comes to the kids' grades. When they were younger, she would look on the portal and she would see something like bowel work number 1, bowel work number 2. And the kids not always knew what that meant or what it was. When parents get messages, will they know exactly what assignment is missing? And
They actually won't. And I'll tell you, it's kind of been both sides of the coin. And as I mentioned from personal experience, it tells you your child, so-and-so, they have a missing assignment. It does require a parent to go in and look. And so initially we thought, well, should it say this assignment? But if a child is missing multiple assignments, we don't want a family to get 9 different notifications. And so they get the notification, there's an assignment, and there's an encouraging piece in that, and a parent will need to log in to see what that was. For me, even though I knew which one, I still had to go through all 3 kids to go ahead and see, where is that missing assignment and in what content. And so it was an inadvertent way to do parent involvement, so to speak. And so I know that Dr. Mika has been working closely with Brandon and her team to make sure that it is the most effective way that we can communicate that, because there were a lot of ideas about how to make that work. Our first week out, we did get some calls, like, can you tell me more about this? Week 2, no calls. Or none that I'm aware of. So we feel pretty good about that. And every Tuesday, I'm like, I may not get a call tomorrow. Wednesdays, the calls go out on Wednesday after school. And I get pretty excited thinking this will be the week. So
I guess my only concern, right, is as a parent, hopefully they're not calling the school or hopefully they're logging in to see what assignment is missing.
Mhm.
But sometimes parents just want to find out right away. They're in the car or they get a message or whatever, however the message is going to come across. And the kid says, hey, I only have one child in school right now. What are you missing from your assignments? I don't know.
Mhm.
I turn all my assignments in.
Mhm.
So it'd be nice to get a message that says your child is missing social studies or whatever it is.
And that's something I can visit with Dr. Mecca a little bit more about and see if that's something that our team can do. I will say will this be our 3rd or 4th week, Dr. Mecca, of that going home? We haven't gotten any negative feedback from the campus, not that I am aware of. Not that we have. So that's a pretty good situation. The thing is, if we designate the content area that a child is missing something, if they're missing something in multiple areas, they would require multiple phone calls. And we're really trying for it to be not something people hang up because they know what it is. It's something they utilize. And so that's why we made that decision. Yes, sir.
So will it automatically do the email and the voice, or does the teacher have the discretion on which to send, or does the parent opt into which to receive?
If a teacher puts an M in the grade book, Brandon Thompson, our very talented director for data, he has it automated so parents get both. Because sometimes people don't listen to voicemails. They don't have time. They're busy with their families. Sometimes email is best. Sometimes voicemail is best. So it just depends.
So parents won't be able to opt.
No, they
I
receive
can vouch
both.
for it too, like Dr. Glover. My son got one, and I got both an email and a phone call. So, I mean, and I was happy. To me, it was a proactive, because to me, I took it as constructive and I used it as a conversational piece with my son of, hey, I did log in. I saw what he was missing.
Mhm.
Hey, did you turn this in by chance? It's showing missing. Oh, well, yeah, I turned that in today. So
Mhm.
he knew he was missing it, but it turned into a very conversational piece with him to say, okay, great, you turned it in, perfect. So it was positive for us. And yeah, I got an email and a phone call, so I got both of them. And I agree, multiple phone calls or multiple emails, I think it's going to lose its impact and the positivity of it by trying to have that conversation with your child or children of, hey, what about this? What about this? We need to get it done.
Mhm.
Let's work with your teacher to get it turned in.
You get desensitized.
Yeah, you get desensitized. You get 4 emails, you're like, oh, great, here it goes again, And sometimes it is, and the teachers are overwhelmed to a point. I mean, I just want to make sure my son was aware of it, because I know sometimes the teachers don't get them in until maybe a day or two later after they received it, because it is late and they're trying to get everything else caught up that they've already,
Mhm.
have proactively working. So
If I could kind of follow up question on that.
Sure.
So if I'm teacher A
Mhm.
and I have my daughter's a student and she is missing an assignment, and then Mr. Olson's teacher B and also has a missing assignment, does that message go out at night at a certain time after all the teachers have input their missing grade, or how does that? Because you can still potentially get multiple calls.
You would still get one call. There's a certain time of day, and I would have to ask Brandon a little bit more specifically, but I know that when I got a phone call at the beginning, I said, well, if my child turned it in, and in that case, we were doing some troubleshooting. And so when I asked Mr. Thompson, well, what if she turned it in? And he said, well, as of 9:02 last night, she had not turned it in. And so there's going to be a cutoff point right at the end of the school day where that is sent out. But it's also a good conversation piece in terms of, well, you've turned it in. When was that? And
Glover, does
Yes, sir.
that remind me, does that go out daily or is it once a week?
Wednesday, once a week.
So it's only
Wednesday.
once a week
Once a
that
week.
a parent's notified.
Yes, sir.
there could be lag time. I mean, if they turn it in on Tuesday, the teacher doesn't necessarily mark it,
Yeah.
And put it in, then they may get a notice on Wednesday,
Right.
saying, but that's exactly what happened with my son. He turned it in. Okay, we're all good. He just,
particular teacher hadn't had a chance to grade it and get it in the books, which is fine. It's understandable. I just want to make sure it was turned in. And I think that's where, my hope would be that that's what the parents are trying to do is just make sure you got the communication with your children and get the assignment in.
Okay. Yeah, I got one too, but we won't
I-
go over that one.
I apparently haven't gotten one yet, so.
No, I one. It was, but
Oh, it's
it
coming.
did make me go look at every class because it was the very last period where she had the missing grade. So I had to go dig around. I do have a question because I know last year we made changes to the grading policy. One of my questions is more just kind of an overall, how, I guess, aligned is our grading policy with districts around us? Does it impact our, transfers when they go in or out with their grades and ways that they're coming in? Have we had any issues with that or?
We have not. We've not seen any issues with the transferring. I will tell you, something that we do each year when we look at our grading guidelines is we do explore not only our surrounding districts, but districts of comparable size and demographic makeup. And things of that nature. And there are districts, even large urban school districts, that have 3 pages of grading guidelines, and there's districts that have 60 pages. And so we feel great at around 27 because ours is not only the grading guidelines, but it's also the instructional handbook. So we do have a little bit of additional information in there. But it really just depends. I mean, we've seen districts do standards-based up through 12th grade. We've seen districts do there's never anything late. We've seen many, many things. And so we really had to find what works for our kids and what is a good balance of accountability, but also mastery learning and making sure we have that. And so we've found that balance in what we've always used. And then we have some upgrades we have. And then after our committee convenes, we will likely have some additional recommendations for 1920.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Glover.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would like to invite Ms. Amanda Ball, our Director for Professional Learning and Advanced Academics, to provide a brief update.
Good evening, President Myers, Mr. Gallagher, Board of Trustees. Thank you for sharing some of your time with me. I believe I have a presentation coming up here in a second. So I've already been threatened, like beyond an inch of my life, to spend 3 minutes. I think I get 3 minutes. So.
You keep looking over at,
Oh, okay.
I
all
see
right.
you looking at Mr. Roberts.
No, it just went down the road. It went down, every single person was like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, yeah. So when I usually do these updates, I kind of do a highlights reel of how the programs that I support have grown over time, or, I kind of talk about the achievements and the successes of the teachers and the students that the programs that I support, that those programs touch. And this time I was thinking about, I was thinking about instead really how professional learning impacts student outcomes. And it kind of turned into a snapshot of where we've been and where we are and kind of where we're headed. So I wanted to share that with you. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So where we began, we really started by creating a foundational system. And in order to grow teachers and leaders, you have to have a philosophy, you have to have a belief system. This is, really created about, our values. It started in our values. We believe it's our primary responsibility to sustain learning across all educators, and that has to kind of start with us. We were not afraid to do a reality check and see really where we were when it comes to professional learning. And we were committed to growing ourselves and to continued learning. And we created a district professional learning plan and guide, and we really had a vision for where we wanted that to go. The next piece of that was to create a culture of learning leaders, and Dr. Strike came about this same time. And so this is really Aspiring Leaders Institute came out of this time period as well. And we redesigned our professional learning to authentically model what we expected to see in the classroom. So we don't do anything, we don't ask teachers to do anything that we aren't willing to do ourselves in professional learning. We transformed our monthly principal meetings from sit and get to learning opportunities. And our instructional leaders, our campus principals, started to lead learning on their own. And so we saw that change happen kind of organically. We put learning in the center of all of the things that we were doing. And we started to see a fundamental change because of that. And now we see our instructional leaders, our campus leaders, and our district leaders facilitate learning at the campus level, at the district level, at our conferences that we hold, but also at state and national conferences. And so that's something that we've seen really grow over the last few years. The other thing that we started doing, and this has been something that, in the beginning I was like, it's okay if I take it on the chin, that's fine. Because I wanted to turn over the rocks and see, what was underneath. That was okay if people had something negative to say about professional learning or they weren't getting what they needed, because we had to assess the impact. If professional learning does not impact student outcomes, then we're doing the wrong thing. So we have to change that if we're not doing the right thing. So we instituted an evaluation system for professional learning. And I don't mean surveys like it was too cold in here or I like the presenter, but really evaluating the impact of that specific topic of what we're teaching. And is it impacting student growth and achievement? So we were able to institute that. And we are still in the first year of that, of tracking some really specific professional learning opportunities and the teachers that went to that and how their students are doing because of that. Also, we are looking at data to make informed decisions and targeted learning decisions about specifically what teachers need on these campuses. So we're driving down, instead of that whole, everybody's going to go to this learning because that's what we do in July. It's what do you need on this campus based on what your students need and based on this data. So that's something that's different that we're doing now based on what it used to be like for most districts. It's not just that we're changing, it's just that you have to change in order to meet the needs of your educators. And then we also have new learning designs, and these are based on the 33 ways that humans learn best. And so these innovative learning designs have been implemented as well to try to keep up really with the times. And then really, probably the most important part is to support ongoing educator growth. I know I'm over my 3 minutes. And this is meeting teachers where they are, being flexible. We have a new thing that we've offered called Professional Learning to Go. It's kind of like Stitch Fix for professional learning. So teachers filled out a survey about what they wanted to learn and aligned it with their T-test goals. And then we created a box of books and articles and tasks for them to complete, and we sent it to their campus, and they completed it over the summer for professional learning hours. And so this was the first time we did that this summer. So really, it's about being job embedded when we can, being as close to the classroom as possible with professional learning, because that's where it makes the biggest impact. And that's how we can really try to make the biggest increases in student outcomes. But I am going to brag a little bit about the other stuff that I was talking about with the numbers. So that top number is how much money we gave to AP students this year for their success and their excellence on AP exams. That middle number is how many hours of professional learning teachers completed off contract. So that's how many hours that's just classroom teachers. That's not including any of us that work in ed services or any of us. And then the bottom number is the total professional learning hours earned by LEISD educators in 2017, 2018. So if we continue to be targeted with this, if we apply this learning exactly where we need to apply it, and we get as close to the classroom as possible with our professional learning, it will increase student outcomes. So thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from the board? I just have one.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as, so I hear a little bit of a disconnect, and I don't know if this is something you're looking at, but between actual individual courses within a campus, for example, and middle school, high school. So if you're looking at, like, let's say just math, that teachers are not, they're supported a little bit differently, or they're not offering certain support in one classroom that another teacher is offering those students in another classroom. Between the two teachers, they're teaching that subject differently, but also one is maybe offering more support to students than the other is. Is there a way to, does that make sense?
No, that makes complete sense. And that is something we're trying to work on right now, really and I wish Doug were here. Ross, if you want to jump in, or
can speak to
Amanda,
that.
you can too, as far as really bringing back that focus on instruction and what we're doing with the classroom walks.
Well, and some of it is about, when the teacher is teaching, they don't know what the teacher next door is doing.
Right.
And so I think one of the most powerful things we're doing, and when I say job embedded professional learning, that's what I mean. When you get with your team or you get with a partner teacher and then you go see during the period that you're normally teaching what somebody else is doing. And then you can be like, I never even thought about doing it like that. Or you can be like, she should, no, I'm just kidding.
Right.
You can get together on your planning period and when you're in your PLCs and talk about that's a really great strategy. I wonder if that would work for my students that are struggling with this. And so the closer we get to the classroom, that's what I mean by that. That's the kind of professional learning that's powerful. Shadowing each other, model classroom, having somebody that is killing it with certain strategies, being in the classroom all day and people just coming in waves and watching them do that lesson all day. And then they go practice and get feedback and then they become the model classroom. Those are the types of things that does not take a lot of money. Most of the things that work the best don't take a lot of money. And those are the kinds of things that with some support, we can help our campuses build those campus-based professional learning plans that have those things embedded in them.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I just look at, if you have those two teachers and maybe it's even looking at the data at the end of the year, why does teacher A, why are 50% of their kids passing, but teacher B, 78% of their kids are passing? What is the disconnect?
What are they doing differently?
Right. Why is it different? And is one just harder than the other, but they're teaching the same subject? I wanted to understand that a little bit better.
Right.
Sorry, Amanda. Wow. I didn't
Look
know
at
I
Ninja.
I didn't think I'd scare you. That's a great question. And I think, for example, our middle school, Mr. Miller, as well as Ms. Carr, have worked very hard about getting some common planning time for their teachers, which is tightening up that exact example of what you're talking about, kind of the disconnect maybe from one classroom to the next. So they have a lot of that time together to talk about and to see those examples and what's going on. So that'll help. Also, our continued work in professional learning communities, really sharing what I've done, and 87% of my children have done this on a summative assessment where you might have 72. So here's some great things that I've done, and sharing those with the other teammates, but also too, not only our curriculum walks from Zellers and our renewed focus on those instructional strategies, what's going on in the classroom, our campus administrators feel that same renewed focus. And so they're getting out in the classrooms as well. And it's all about seeing what's going on in those classrooms. And I think once we start putting eyes on, having those conversations, making our structures better, we'll start tightening up some of that.
Okay. Yeah, and I could see, even looking at, and this is more for the high school, but looking at, parents, because I've heard this from several parents lately, well, I'm going to have my child drop that class and go to the other teacher because they're getting more support from
Right.
this teacher. If there's a way to track.
And that's something that we hate to hear
Mhm.
because no child should have to get lucky to get,
Right.
so that's exactly the kind of support we have to provide is that, what is that teacher doing? And those bright spots are things that can be easily duplicated. So good teachers often don't know why they're good. And that's another one of the things that's so difficult for us is to give feedback to good teachers, to tell them what it is that they're doing right, so then they can help mentor other teachers in that way. And so that's another part of it. It's not only about giving feedback about what to do better, it's you're doing these things great, so they can then share that with other people and duplicate those bright spots.
And also too, I'll share this little tidbit. Coming from a former high school principal standpoint, it is a partnership between administration and the parents, and we want to know that information. We're active, we're in classrooms, but at the same time as parents will share that, we want to get involved in that situation and try to level the playing field.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Cleota Epps to come up to give her Human Resources Services annual report.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Gallagher. We're going to start, I believe, with the annual report for human. Okay, we're going to start with that report. LEISD enrollment report, that'll work.
Hold on, can we pull up let's pull up the Human Resources annual report so that way we stay
In order.
in order. Yes, thank you.
Well, while they're pulling that up, I'll regale you with some of the celebrations we had in HR this year, which will be up shortly. First of all, we changed our application system. We had been using a product called Frontline that we were hearing a lot of feedback from principals that they weren't thrilled with the way the system worked. So we did a review and we brought in a software product called Talent Ed, which although we're of course experiencing a little bit of a learning curve right now with it, it seems to have gone over much better, be much more friendly. It's kind of icon click, so you don't have to spend a lot of time thinking about it. So that's going on well. And another couple things is state and national conference presentations. A year ago, I told you that we revamped our entire substitute training program because my goal, along with my team, was to get better instruction, better techniques, some learning to our substitutes so that we don't lose instructional time just because there's a substitute in the classroom, and that we can keep on moving with learning. So along that line, we developed a program titled Substitutes, the Ability to Breathe is Not Enough. And we put it out there because it kind of came from 14, 15 years ago when I became a sub. I showed up, I signed a paper, I was a substitute. And literally the only thing I could be assured of was that I was breathing. So we started there, built a new program. It's gotten rave reviews. Our substitutes here love it. And other districts have started noticing, asking us to present at a wider range. So we're presenting at the Texas Conference for Personnel, and also at the national level. We've been invited to present on this topic. So
While Clay is asking that question, let me just add into that. When we trained our subs here a few weeks ago, it was very impressive when I went in and visited with them. I went in for a few minutes. We're very fortunate we've got the quality of subs that we have in Little Elm ISD. People are committed. They don't want to just come in and, babysit. They actually want to come in and teach. So we're fortunate that we've got this. So it looks like we might have some technical difficulties. I can tell you some more stories, but I think
Ross, tell a joke.
no, let's not.
Oh, I need to have a plan B, C, and D. Okay. All right, so He'll be up in just a second. So more stories, yes. Another thing that we've been working on is by this year, we wanted to be on point to have every single team member in HR certified as Human Capital Leaders in Education certification, which you'll see the little designations after our name. I can say we're a 100% met goal. Everyone is now certified in our department. It's kind of the educational equivalent to SHRM that you're probably more familiar with.
I think your presentation is, it's
Oh,
ready.
it's there, yay, okay. Flippy thing. Now if I can, there we go. Progress, okay. So, all right, here we are. So anyway, again, this was the backup one. I didn't have the teacher number yet. It's 120. Mentor program serving 120 teachers is up and rolling this year and getting rave reviews. Our new teachers really like it. We're keeping, if you've been in the district 1 or 2 years, you work with a mentor teacher, and then it's a side-by-side thing so that you're together multiple times. We do training 4 times a year plus with both the mentor and the new teacher. Our Teachers Hosting Teachers program, I've talked to y'all a little bit about that in the past. I'm super excited about that. We have a student teacher from New Mexico teaching at the high school, student teaching, and living with one of our teacher families here. So a student teacher comes in out of state, they're housed for a semester with a teacher at the same building they're working at, but then they're also part of our mentor program. We've also guaranteed them job interviews at the end. High school has been a little more challenging to fill this year, and we're hoping that this helps to address the needs we're seeing in secondary. And so if you meet Mr. Kennedy, give him a pat on the back. He's doing a great job. Okay, so we're moving to full-time employees. We're at 883, part-time, which we call 6 hours or less. We have 19. We have 473 teachers and 40 student teacher observers this fall. And it looks like probably a bumper crop of maybe 60 to 80 for spring. Our substitutes, it breaks it down non-degreed, degreed, and certified. And we always know that the subs are the ones that come in and save the day. All right, and then our hires for this school year, we hired 111 professional and 68 paraprofessional slash auxiliary. So that's everything from the paraprofessional, clerical, all the way through custodial and maintenance. And then we're current vacancies. We have 2 professional vacancies open right now and 13 paraprofessional auxiliary, primarily in custodial and maintenance. All right. Any questions on that one? Okay, then we'll move on. All right, now part 2. So the next report coming up is our LEISD enrollment report. I know you didn't announce me again, but I'm going to jump right in.
Carry on. You're good.
I've broken down so you can see a list of the different schools. That's the elementary one up. There you go. Our total enrollment report, we came in the first day of school at 7524, and as of Friday evening, we were at 7781. So we've taken an increase of 257 students since the first day of school. So growing district. The next slide shows you 3 of the elementary schools so that you can see the breakdown. We are averaging 22 to 23 in some of the classes there you will see on the agenda for waivers. But overall, we're holding our own. I just want to remind you that as you see 5th grade, instead of being 22 to 1 ratio, it's a 25 to 1. So if that number looks a little high, but that will tell you Brent Chavez and Hackberry, kind of the average of the class sizes we're seeing. And then the next slide goes on to show Lakeview and Prestwick, just the elementary. We're holding our own pretty well with the numbers and the class sizes, but as a growing district with 257 more students in the last month, we're pushing the envelope at the top end of the class sizes, and so therefore you will see waivers coming up later. Questions I can answer?
Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Epps. Next, I'd like to ask Rob Reeves to come up and discuss the second quarter growth report.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher and President Myers and members of the board. Just here to give an update on the second quarter growth report for 2018. And then in terms of time, I'm trying to just hit the highlights. If you look at page 3 in your handout, you notice that DFW is second in the whole nation when it comes to job growth, DFW area. I will say it was New York City, I think, that beat Dallas out, but like last night, Dallas beat New York Giants, so we took that one. So we can just say that. So love that. If you look at page 4, let me just go here real quick. Page 4, this is an interesting slide. Just talks about the new home sales versus our existing homes that are selling. And if you notice, the new home sales is almost 50%. And for typical fast growth districts, you see about 30 to 35% is new home sales. So you can see that, a large portion of our growth is new home sales. The average price has actually gone up a little bit for the new home sales. The existing home sales has kind of gone down a little bit. If you look at the next page, you'll see it's dropped just a little bit, but they're still at record high numbers. I think they're increases of $150,000 to $160,000 for the price of a home has been increased. This right here on page 6 just talks about since 2010, like we talked about, the 82% for those and 79% for the average home prices have gone up. On page double check here, sorry. Page 8 just talks about the new housing activity. Real quick. Right here, you see that Little MISD has started over 300 homes for the third consecutive quarter. And this is a district's on pace to go over 1,200 homes for 2018 for starts. If you look at the closings for the second quarter, there's 366. And this will be the second highest quarterly closings in 7 years, if you notice that. So just another indicator that we're just growing extremely fast. We're almost more than halfway there of what we did last year. The next 3 pages, 9, 10, and 11, the main thing to look at that is just the color red. And you notice that that red and that kind of orange is going towards the northwest, the southern sectors. And so that just goes to the leadership of the board and Superintendent Gallagher on the purchase of property. You notice those areas that you approved last board meeting were in those particular areas. So we're trying to stay out in front of the growth. If you go to page 23, it talks about the 10-year forecast by elementary campus. And what we want to say is Oak Point, Prestwick, and Hackberry zones are those zones that are growing the fastest. Remember, we added learning cottages at Oak Point and Prestwick. And so that's additional 4 classrooms each there. Prestwick will be converted to a K-5 in 2020. Mr. Gallagher?
Well, I was actually going to say,
go ahead.
I don't know where you're at on the slide.
I'm trying to get there.
There it is.
Okay.
You're really trying to keep it under 3 minutes, I can see. But I'm getting
Sorry.
dizzy up here.
Sorry.
I'm
Okay.
not complaining.
I heard Amanda say 3 minutes, so I was nervous. I had to get 3 minutes.
You're fine.
They give me 4. Okay.
So this is, go ahead.
So this is a 10-year forecast by elementary campus. You just noticed that our fastest growing areas are that Hackberry, that Prestwick zone, and Oak Point. And you notice Oak Point is really the one that we're going to be struggling with the most over the next several years, because you notice that Prestwick's will be converted to a K-5 in 2020, which will leave that area. We'll be able to grow another 400 students at that campus. That'll be a neighborhood school. And so Oak Point's continually to grow. There's really no support for that except for adding more learning cottages out there. So that's just that particular side kind of shows that area. If you look at our secondary, you notice that our middle school numbers are growing. That's another, the board is out in front of that with calling for a bond election. And November 2017, that was passed. And so we have 2 new middle schools that Mr. Martin's been working on. And so that'll alleviate the growth. There'll be over 1,500 students by 2020. That's just for Lakeside Middle School and Powell. So, if you added Prestwick, about a 400 number to that, you notice that that's perfect timing to have those 2 middle schools come online. Another good choice to have them come on at the same time. So in summary, we're growing really fast. We'll be over, by 2000, we'll be over an additional 1,300 students in the next 5 years. And so the enrollment or Little MISD will be projected to be almost almost 10,000 students by 2027, 28. So just growing really, really fast. So, and that was really, really fast. So any questions I'll be able to answer for you?
I don't know that it's necessarily a question. I know I heard this morning, there was a news article about the home sales in DFW is actually a lot lower than what they had anticipated. And have you heard anything? Do we anticipate anything slowing down dramatically or?
We have seen that, talking with the demographers, but we haven't really seen it in Little Elm. We're still seeing those home sales grow. They take all forecasts from all municipalities, take all those building permits that people have and also the sales of those. And so they take all that into consideration. So we're not seeing that specifically in this particular area at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Rick Martin to come up and discuss the transportation facility, give us an update on that, on the construction, and just some information that we need to be aware of.
President Myers, trustees, Superintendent Gallagher, good evening. And that's not the right one. I was going to brag about being the shortest presenter up here, but that's not
Your
going
time hasn't started yet.
not
so
going to quite
you're-
make it.
You're good.
Well, we're waiting on that. If you'll remember, back in July, we presented a GMP and a project budget for this, which you approved. The NTP, a notice to proceed, was then issued the very next month, first week in August. In your handout, there we go. Thank you, guys. My shadow puppets aren't what they used to be. There's a couple of photos for you that were from last week. These are taken from the Dixon side of the site. The French settlement site, sides of the site is where the first paving sections will be. If you go out there, you'll see that section of the site is level, and they're getting ready to do some trenching and start putting in some infrastructure for us over there. Schedule overall, temporary buildings are scheduled to be in by the end of this month. The maintenance and fuel facilities will follow. The move into the temporary buildings and relocate the fleet could be as soon as Thanksgiving break. We'll continue with the permanent site development even after we get the temporary folks in, complete the permanent building by mid-May, and then we expect to move in and start keeping house there first week in June. So right now, assuming the weather we don't get a cyclone or a monsoon or something like that, once we get through the dirt, it'll go pretty quick. Any questions?
No.
Less than 2 minutes.
Glad we were finally turning dirt.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. While you're up, we'll move on to the next. Oh, question? Do we have a question? Mr. Olson, question?
Sorry. So I know we're saying October 1st for the temporary buildings. Currently, the contract extension, if I remember, or not contract extension, the contract currently says November 1st of November 2nd, excuse me, one day off. November 2nd, 2018. Have we approached the city about an extension? Because we're saying May 2019 and the contract says November 2018 to be out of the current bus barn.
We've had multiple conversations with folks at the city at our level. And what we're being told is as long as there's activity going on and they see progress being made, that there won't be much said of it.
But we are planning on, I want to make sure I understand the question correctly, Jason. You saw the date May, but we're planning on operating and moving out this.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, but that's still 30 days after our deadline. So that's the reason why I'm asking. The deadline is November 2nd to be out of the bus barn. So,
Question is, you mentioned May.
well, May totally, but I'm just saying for us, the extension for us to be out of the bus barn, I thought my understanding
plan
is the contract says November 2nd, we're supposed to be out of the bus barn.
Our plan is to be out, but again, it goes back to what Mr. Martin said.
Well,
All
that's what I'm
depends
asking.
on
I'm wanting to make sure that conversations have happened.
Yeah.
That things are progressing with the town, that they understand, yes, we're moving forward. This is the date out. I want to make sure that November
think
2nd, we
there's-
don't get anything saying, oh, by the way, have your buses out tomorrow because
Now, there's a
you're
30-day
you're out of
cure.
your contract.
There's a 30-day cure period as part of that contract. And so November 2nd, we're shooting for that date. Mr. Martin's working really hard to make sure we meet that date. But there's a 30-day cure period that provides a little bit of flexibility. But we always stay in constant communication with the town to make sure if there's any hiccups, like Mr. Martin said, and weather and things of that nature. So they're aware of those types of things that are happening. So, but we are really aware of that November 2nd date, trying to honor that.
I thought you were, I thought you were saying May. We weren't going to be
Well,
until May. I
mean,
want to clarify that.
Yeah, I may well be 100% complete, but we're supposed to be out by November 2nd. So that's the reason why I want to make sure conversations have happened and we're all in the agreement. And to your point, like you said, your appropriate levels are all good on the guideline of what we're going to do.
But again, if-
November 3rd, we don't have just a magical moment that happened that says, oh, by the way, you're supposed to be out of here.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, though, those discussions, to your point, have happened. And through some of that was determined that they're not breaking ground on the 2nd. Their developers are not probably going to do anything with that site until
That's
March
correct.
or April
That's
anyway.
correct.
So I think that's where there was some leeway from both
That's true.
parties.
I think for like them seeing us breaking ground, that gives them a little more comfort level that we're actually going to be moving forward.
Through
But we
those
still want to make sure we honor that agreement with them on the November 2nd, pushing for that. But we are,
They see that you're working hard to get
Yes.
that done. So I think that kind of helped.
And we are. And to make a move of that size with the type of equipment and everything it takes place, we need a break like a Thanksgiving break to be able to make that move. Whole, lock, stock and barrel.
Quick question though, on that note. So do we tear down everything over there? Who does that?
At the existing facility?
Yeah.
What's in your agreement?
that's, they're buying the property
So they're
as
trans-
is. And so they can do with it what they wish.
Okay. I just don't know that I ever,
Never asked.
yeah, never asked that question.
That's a good answer because I have nothing in my budget to take care of that. Good.
All right,
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Martin, I would like you to continue and give us an update on the bond program.
Great. Mr. Martin and I would like to come to you to speak about our presentation to the bond committee. We had our third presentation to them last Wednesday. And just give an update on the middle school construction projects, but also some visionary steps that we're taking throughout the district to give them some idea of where we're going, some ideas. And so there's 4 particular areas that we talked to them about. The first was instructional. I think Dr. Mickelson can come up for a minute or two and talk about that. I'll give a little update on financials. Mr. Martin will update on some construction and also on the visioning, but then I think Mr. Gallagher is going to speak to that as well. And so just to let you know, the objectives of the committee is to make sure that we ensure transparency between Little Elm ISD and the community members, and also obtain feedback from the community. So it's for us to have an honest and open dialogue with them, to let them know what we're thinking as an administration. They can say, hey, I don't know if I agree with that, or why'd you do that? And there has been some great discussions in those meetings, especially last Wednesday we had that. And so on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mika to go over the instructional side.
All right, thank you. We've really been working hard with our teacher leaders, our teacher groups, and our leadership team on the instructional components of the 2 new middle schools. We have taken trips to look at furniture. We will be running pilot programs at 3 schools in the fall. 3 classrooms to finalize our choices for furniture so that we can get input from the teachers and the students before we make those choices. We have also reviewed several times with Huckabee the instructional side and the programmatic side, fine arts, CTE, the administrative offices, athletics. And so all of that has been finalized and nailed down, approved. And we've even started the talks about the environmental graphics. So what are the graphics going to look like inside of the buildings, and where are they going to be placed? And so all of that is moving along quite well. We're also looking at contracting with ESC 12 out of Waco in a pilot partnership with Huckabee Region 12 and Little Elm for them to be providing us professional learning for our all of our middle level teachers, grades 6 through 8 at both Prestwick and Lakeside Middle School, as well as the K-5 teachers at Prestwick, in a new type of learning for getting teachers ready for flexible learning spaces and the innovative activities that can occur as a result. We can build the best schools, the most innovative schools, but what really matters is the instruction that occurs within those schools. And so it has been a concern of ours about how will our teachers be ready for the new building and the new instructional opportunities that can be afforded to our students if we don't provide professional learning to move us in that direction. And so we've met twice now with both Huckabee and Region 12, and we're really excited. We'll be bringing this to you probably at the next board meeting. We're working out the MOU with them now, but we'll be looking. This is the graphic that they've come up with and presented to us. We'll be talking about mindset and the culture of innovative learning. We'll be looking at the qualities of innovative learning, especially the collaboration piece, the grit and the transparency, and then also the skills that our teachers to reinforce and put more tools in their toolbox about the different instructional strategies that can be used with the students in an innovative learning environment. So we're really excited about this. It would be a 3-year project, and we would be the first school district to partner with the firm plus a region service center who works with the bricks out of Baylor and then a school district. And so it would be cutting edge, it'd be new. And one of the things that we're excited about is that we would also be looking at what parts of this we want to film so that for future onboarding of teachers to those campuses and future trainings that we would be providing to the entire district would be in a library that we would house.
So we did talk a little bit about financials, specifically is more about the process. And so Mr. Anderson wanted to make sure that we provided this information to the bond committee. This is also on our website. So after our bond committee meetings, we place this on the website so they can have reference to if they need to, that people are asking questions, they can go back to the website. So we talked about the bond election, the issuance of the bonds. Mr. Martin's going to talk a little further about that. We had 2 of them, 2 sales, one for $150 million, the other one for $25 million. He'll go over the specifics of that. But these are just the board meeting dates when these came to you for approval. So we just wanted to show that we're taking that to you for approval, and these are those dates. We also show also when we brought the architects, approval of the architects to you, also those GMPs, those guaranteed maximum price that Mr. Martin brought to you, those dates are on here as well, along with the projects, the bond projects. And so as we continue to add bond projects, we will add this to the list so people have a historical knowledge of where we came from and of the 2017 bond as well. Also, it talks about the purchase of land and when we brought that to you for approval and kind of when things get finalized on that as well. So it's sort of from the beginning all the way through the process. On that note, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Martin on construction. Sir.
As you know, we've already had our first draw. It was $150 million, and we were calling that phase 1. Since then, we've had an intermediate draw. We're calling that phase 1B, if you will, to keep it separated from the second and third draws. So that 25 million obviously reduced the last 2, number 2 and number 3. But we've planned out, we've actually gone into some of the scope items, the line items of phase 2, got with staff, determined which pieces of each one of those lines needed to be dealt with more immediately than waiting until May of 20, which is when the phase 2 piece comes up. And so that helped us to determine what to put in that next phase. But on the first draw, we have Walker Strike, the land at 4 Strike and the tribute is closed, and we own that piece of property now. Brent and Chavez are 90% complete. We're just waiting on some finished floors. They work, they function. We've got some HVAC issues that we're dealing with, but all in all, those are pretty complete. In the intermediate draw, this is the list of items that we're looking at, and the dollar values are approximate, and just to give us a number to come to. Once we dig and drill down into some of these, to get more detail in them, then we'll be able to get more fine-tuned on the numbers. And it's our intent later on in this evening to present these to you and ask for your permission for us to start to focus on that and to spend the intermediate funds on these items. And then each item will be brought back to you separately to give you more detail of what the numbers are before we proceed. I can't get used to that thing going sideways. The middle school floor plans that have been developed for both schools. And again, they're flipped plans to take advantage of the site conditions. We have our den, first den's on the lower level. Construction documents are 50% complete. This is the main level with the front door at the bottom. This houses the majority of the campus. The main community activities, cafeteria, kitchen, fine arts, admin, all the athletic facilities. The upper level then is another, this is a science and engineering level along with the makerspace and the library. Plans are going well. We met today with both CMs to go over their 50% cost estimates. They're both lower than their DD estimates were, and we expect the finals when they come in to be lower than what we saw today. So those are progressing well. This is the elevation that came up. This has gone through several different iterations, but it's, I'd say the Tribute design standards had a heavy hand in materials that we used, but we like the way it turned out, and we hope you do too. They'll both be done the same way.
Just reverse, correct?
Correct. Just to remind you, this is the Walker site plan. Transportation is to the left of the track. This is the strike. Lake is to the north. Brent Security Vestibule, like I say, the only thing that's not finished there. What you can see in this picture is in the vestibule itself, that floor is the finished floor. We now have that, so that's been replaced. The tiles, ceramic tiles, all been toothed back in. What we're missing is the hard VCT or VLT in the hallways, that manufacturer, because of the small amounts that we needed, put us kind of at the tail end of the list. So that's what's been our holdup to finish. Same thing with Chavez. And we go to visioning.
All right, and we have a video, but before we show the video, I want to go through this and talk with the board and our community as well. And again, the other night at our bond committee meeting, it was a great meeting. Had the opportunity to share with those community members the vision that I have along with administration about how do we repurpose these buildings on Lobo Lane. Now, if we look back and talk about the bond proposal, the way that we put it together for the community, the original plan, we were going to tear down Lakeside Middle School and build a new middle school on Lakeside on the site. And as we started looking at the potential savings of building two at once, as far as the escalated cost, we saw a benefit to build both schools at the same time. Okay, that's one piece. We also realized, well, no, we're not ready for the video yet, and that's actually not a very flattering picture. Let's go back to the presentation quickly, please. Very awkward moment there. So one of the things that we talked about was the benefit of building both schools at the same time for our kids. Our students would only be moving once, and as y'all saw, based upon our growth, we really had the need to build both at the same time. We just didn't know it when we put the bond package together initially. But as you saw, we have an additional 257 students more just at the beginning of this year. So we're growing rapidly. So that's the premise of how we want to repurpose these buildings. So one of the questions I was asked as soon as we switched that plan to build both schools at the same time was, what will we do with Lakeside Middle School? Well, we looked at, internally, we sat around the table, we talked about several different options. And as we talked about potential uses for, future uses for Zellers and for Powell, which I'll get to in a second, it made complete sense to move administration over to Lakeside Middle School. Couple reasons, and I've got some bullet points there. First and foremost, for kids, we have aims and goals here at Zellers, and we've already increased, and Bill Bush has done a phenomenal job with aims and goals, but we've already increased the number of students this year, upwards of 30 students. So we have students on a waiting list for aims and goals. And as you all know, it's an incredible benefit to our kids to offer that program. So not only will aims and goals go with us over to Lakeside Middle School for the new administration building, we're able to increase that program for kids. But also we are outgrowing this building. And I know I'm speaking to our community and speaking to our teachers. Anytime we have any kind of professional learning happening here, we have no parking. So it's definitely a challenge. So in addition, we get to preserve the original high school, and I think that's important. That is the first high school we had in the district, and the idea of preserving it really is a historic site in Little Elm. I'm excited about that. And also with the additional space over there, we have opportunities for additional educational programs that we may not have thought of yet, that we may not have had a chance to sit down and talk about what other programs can we bring over there for high school students. We have the Accelerate program, and currently we have about 15 students in that, I believe. We could increase that with increased capacity at the middle school, serving as our administration office. Then the next building, if we move out of here, what do we do with Zellers? Well, I'm well aware that Zellers used to be an elementary school. As I come to work every single day and I walk into this building, it feels like an elementary. And it's because it served as an elementary school for multiple years. And, I know there was a decision at one point in the district to close it and repurpose it. While that decision might have been a good decision at that time, we know today Little Elm ISD is growing rapidly, and we know that we'll need another elementary school. So knowing that, and knowing that we're sitting in an absolutely perfect elementary that would cost upwards of $20 to $25 million, it makes sense for the district to consider repurposing this back to an elementary. Because number one, we're going to save our taxpayers a large amount of money, $20, $25 million. Number two, we're growing. We need that space. It will allow us to postpone another bond to build another elementary by doing a repurpose. And again, it's ready to go with some minor renovations. So it's the right thing to do for our community, and it's the right thing to do for our kids. And then the final building on Lobo Lane, the Lobo Lane corridor, is Colin Powell Center. In the past, it was a sixth grade center. It's part of Lakeside Middle School this year, but as we know, 6th, 7th, and 8th are moving out of Lakeside Middle School. Well, when we packaged the bond, one of the things that we discussed and communicated with the community was to repurpose Powell as an elementary. Well, if we do that with Zellers, one of the ideas that we have that we know would be good for our community and for our kids is to open an early childhood center. So on the surface, we all know what early childhood education does for kids. We know the academic benefit. What really is great about this is not only do we have an academic benefit for our students and also for our teachers, because our teachers now will have a true professional learning community where those teachers can interact with each other, plan together. I think we'll see the curriculum jump through the roof with early childhood when we have all of those teachers on one campus. But it also opens up classroom capacities at all of our elementary campuses that currently house early childhood classrooms, pre-K classrooms. And currently we have 10 classrooms across the district. Those 10 classrooms overnight would open up for additional growth. Not only that, when you do that, when you start really mapping out those potential changes and openings at campuses, you also have an opportunity for program movement and program changes, which in turn could extend that capacity for those elementary campuses multiple years. So what I'm not prepared to do tonight is to discuss, what year this will happen, which campus would we start renovating first, when would we have to move out? And the reason for that is because, number one, these are major changes for the district, and changes that we don't take lightly, changes that we want to spend time working with Mr. Martin, with Mr. Reeves, obviously Mr. Anderson, and also our curriculum department, putting together a very solid and specific plan of when would we need to move out of Zellers? When would it be appropriate to move out of Zellers? When do we need an elementary, a seventh elementary campus? So there's a lot of unknowns right now, a lot of questions, but this is the vision for where we see the district going in terms of these three buildings. And again, at the end of the day, it's first and foremost right for our kids and right for our teachers, but it's also right for our district, because anytime we can talk about saving the district significant amounts of money, the millions of dollars, really, when you look at if we were to rebuild these buildings or repurpose them, rebuild them through the repurposing, you're looking at a lot more than just, a couple million or a few million. You're looking at, a significant amount of money. So we do have a video that we will put out to the community. Do we want to see the video? Oh, I'm not done yet. Hold on. Thank you. Mr. Reeves, I know no, go to the next slide. Thank you. So the other question is, what happens when we vacate the middle school? And I did tell the community we won't have empty buildings in Little Elm ISD. We want to repurpose these buildings and use these buildings appropriately. But what happens to the fields and to the land around the middle school? Because right now, we have the historic Marion Field, the football field behind the middle school that obviously we use it for middle school athletics. Liesa uses it. We've got the original Lobo softball field and the original Lobo baseball field next to Marion Field. And we've got the original tennis courts. We've got great facilities. But the reality is the district is growing. We're opening 2 brand new middle schools that will have brand new state-of-the-art facilities. So rather than letting these facilities remain vacant, which in turn, there's a cost to that because we as a district have to maintain these. We have to upkeep these. Rather than continuing to put money into something that we won't use, I would like to see us work with the town and work on a joint plan where not only our students get the benefit of additional parks and recreational areas for the town, but it's good for the community. It's good for all of our stakeholders. And the idea that ultimately our kids benefit because our kids use our parks, our kids use our baseball, softball fields, whether you're talking about Cottonwood Park or any of the parks we have here, the baseball, softball fields. Again, I'm not prepared to talk about what does that look like. Does that mean we sell the land to the town? Does that mean we work out an agreement, a lease agreement? I'm not prepared for that, but I think this is a vision that we want to put out really as a future plan. Because again, I think this long-range plan of how do we move forward in expanding opportunities for our kids, our community in a fiscally responsible way, that's what we need to be thinking about as we continue to grow. But I'm excited about this vision. Again, this is only a vision, but it will quickly move into a plan, and we will be coming back to the board with additional details and additional information. So I think at this point, Cecilia, did you want to show the video? I take that as a yes. I'm standing here on Lobo Lane to share with you the plans we have with the 3 buildings sitting on this road. We have an incredible opportunity here, and I believe our plan will benefit the students, staff, and community for years to come. Little Elm ISD student enrollment is projected to grow by more than 1,000 students over the next 5 years, and more than double that in 10 years. That's why we are grateful to our community for passing the November 2017 bond. By January, we will break ground on Strike and Walker Middle Schools. We couldn't be more excited about the designs and plans for these 2 buildings, and we think our students, teachers, and community will be proud of the final design. Strike and Walker Middle Schools are scheduled to open in the fall of 2020. Now for the vision for Lobo Lane. We know we need another elementary school to alleviate our increased student enrollment at the elementary level. Our plan is to convert Zellers to a neighborhood elementary school and convert Powell to an early childhood center for all of our pre-kindergarten students in district childcare. This will free up classrooms at our elementary campuses, which allows for additional space for our continued growth. Now the vision for Lakeside Middle School. Once it was decided for the 2 locations of the new middle schools, we thought about how we could repurpose Lakeside Middle School. This campus will become the new location for the Little Elm ISD administration offices and the Aims and Goals program. It will allow for larger professional learning spaces for teachers and other academic programming opportunities for our students. It is also important for us to preserve this historic building that was the original high school for the district. Another layer of our vision is what we can do with the extra land around Lakeside Middle School. I think we have a great opportunity to expand the outdoor recreational areas for the town, which in turn benefits our students and the community. In the coming months, I will be visiting with town officials to discuss this incredible opportunity. As the district continues to experience fast student growth, we are securing land for future generations. Recently, we've acquired 12 acres in Valencia on the Lake, 35 acres near Oak Point Elementary, and acreage on Hart Road by the stadium. This is really an exciting time to be in Little Elm ISD. We have so many opportunities ahead of us to continue making Little Elm ISD the destination district. To learn more about our progress, I invite you to visit our construction website at www.littleelmisd.net/construction. All right, thank you. So again, that is, and board members, I want you to know that is the vision. Again, it's something that we're not asking for a vote on tonight. We will come back and ask for approval on select items and more specifics in the future. But I do believe that this really will help the district moving forward in terms of growing, in terms of opportunities for obviously our students first and foremost, but our teachers as well, and the community as a whole.
Mr. Gallo, just one final point very briefly is Mr. Martin has a sort of a update on the high school too, and sort of the master plan of that too. So if we just have a couple minutes to him to go over that
absolutely.
as well.
Those again are the sites that have just been purchased or closed on. Visioning is not only for this lane, what we do here, but also at the high school. We have great potential at the high school for what we can do with it in the future. When we started talking about spending a lot of money to relocate the ball fields across the road over to where it shows the tennis center in the future, we realized that along with coaching staff, that it would be better for them and for the teams and for the instructional aspects of the sports to refurbish the fields in place. We can do that at a fraction of cost of relocating them across the road, and that gives us funds to spend on other activities here. So we developed a master plan that leaves the baseball, softball, football where they are, but we make them first class. This also gives us room on the site for competition gym, as well as a multi-purpose facility and additional parking that's going to be required with those facilities, while taking advantage of the site across the street for future tennis and another structure, which could be any type of an institutional. It could be CTE, it could be an auditorium, it could be whatever the district wants at that point. But we do this in phases. I'll just pass through those right quick. The first phase, which is one of the items, line items that you'll see, we'll ask for permission to work on tonight and will be brought back to you in detail at a future board meeting, would be to completely refurbish the baseball, softball, and football fields. If you walked around that track, the track material comes off at your feet. These are natural grass fields, the baseball and softball, they would wind up being synthetic, just like the football field. New fencing, lighting, new concession stands. The concourse would be a paved surface between the two fields, more conducive to crowds than what we have in there now. Bleachers, covered bleachers at both of those fields. Football bleachers at the football stand along with the press box. Just everything that the athletics and that a 6A school is expected to have. Next phase would be to build the green area for the multipurpose facility. It's the blue shading, but the green area in the lower left of that box. That would be a two-story structure that would house the weight room, athletic lockers, offices, everything that is taking space inside the existing building now would move out there, which is what the plan is, freeing up space inside the building for CTE expansions. And parking would be associated with that as well. Future phases could do the competition gym. There's enough of a footprint there to do actually 2 gyms. Parking expansion again with that. In order to do the gyms, we would need to move the tennis courts and place them across the road. And we'd have an opportunity at that point to do a really competitive tennis center, not just courts for play, but to actually do a competitive tennis center. Again, more expansions to the high school. We know we're gonna need more classroom space. This allows us to do that. Also allows for expansions in the library, additional expansions in the cafeteria and fine arts areas, plus that future facility space footprint that's down there. So we think it's a good plan. I know athletics is excited about it. I think it's best use of what we have and the money we plan to spend on it. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
I do have a question. Back to the breakdown of the second drawdown of 25 million that's
Yes.
on there.
Yes,
One of the line items on there is the new school board at the stadium.
yes.
I spent a couple of hours trying to go back and find the agenda that it was on, but I do recall Coach Hal being here stating that new scoreboard would be basically paid for by, I forget the name of the company, the ones who just installed the new displays at the stadium. And it would be paid for with ad revenue, and they would work with us on it. And it would essentially end up being completely cost-free. So I'm just wondering how we go from cost-free, that we approved that back then, to now we're approving $1 million.
I think, can I answer that really quick? And Grant, you might want to jump in. I believe that the way it was presented was there would be some revenue that would eventually pay for it, but we have to pay for it up front. Is really what it is. Is that correct, Grant?
Yeah, the goal was to have Daktronics to raise the funds for the
Here, will you go to the microphone?
but the goal was to have, to raise the funds for the scoreboard through marketing. And we don't know how successful that really will be to get it up in a timely manner for at least next football season. So we believe the marketing will still progress after we get the board up, but I believe Little Elm ISD will need to fund it up front to get it installed. And because I don't know how successful the marketing to pre-fund the scoreboard is going to.
I don't remember the exact data. I remember the presentation. Again, we didn't approve a plan that covered the scoreboard being paid for with it. What we approved was for them to start the discussions. Talk to the marketing company.
And that's where I was just looking for some clarification.
start the
I do remember the word free
100%.
That was our goal. That was,
That was the goal.
that was kind of the best case
goal.
scenario.
That was the goal.
Yes.
The goal of it was Coach Al believed that she could raise, they would raise enough ad marketing dollars to basically pay for the school board.
And it was so to follow up on that, that will still be the hope and the plan to keep pursuing that, but there wasn't enough initial interest to where they could bring a package together on day one and say, oh, we've already got all these
Yeah,
commits.
that's right. I know there's
So
been
we'll go ahead
some-
and build it and
Yeah,
then
there's-
just collect. There's not enough of that interest, but hopefully once it gets going, everything will
Yeah,
be able to
maybe easier
offset some
to
of that.
sell marketing once the scoreboard gets up. Right.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move into action items. First up is District Improvement Plan. Dr. Glover?
And while that's coming up, I do want to let the board know that video that Cecilia did a great job making that video. She will put that out so that way the community can start asking questions and we can start communicating that it's really a long range vision. So.
Good evening again, President Myers, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Gallagher. This evening, I'm pleased to share with you the first iteration of our district improvement plan for 2018-2019. And so each year I like to share the process with you that we go through in order to develop this improvement plan. It's a continuous improvement model where we look at all the needs that we have across the district, and then we build them into actionable steps and assign them and have a true tangible plan. So the process is we start with our District Education Improvement Council in the spring, and we work together to determine a comprehensive needs assessment for all different areas, academic, extracurricular, parent involvement, engagement, all these several different things of that nature. So we complete the comprehensive needs assessment with our DEIC, and we determine the needs of our students and the district. We look at strengths and weaknesses and where we need to go from there. So recently, with the change from, it's been 3 years with the change to No Child Left Behind into ESSA, but more recently, we have moved into a platform of continuous improvement through multiple measures of data. With No Child Left Behind, we had 8 different categories that we essentially assessed ourselves, strengths and weaknesses, and now we have it into 4 different categories. And so the multiple measures of data for a school district, demographics, student academic achievement, district processes and programs, and perceptions. So when we come together to look at our comprehensive needs assessment, we essentially break out into some different areas and review many different facets of data that are available to us. And we look at what were our goals last year? What things did we accomplish? What do we need to change? What do we need to continue? Throughout the school year in each district improvement plan, we go through and we update quarterly how we are achieving those objectives, how we're working towards those goals. And so the real hub of the district improvement plan is going to be that comprehensive needs assessment. As I mentioned, it's data-based and holistically based as well. And then we develop goals and performance objectives from those. What we really try to do is the less is more approach in saying that instead of many goals that are light, we like to do less goals that are truly deep and meaningful. And so that's definitely the model that we follow. And then also we make sure that we include any item that we need for our students, anything that we're going to spend money on or any task that we're going to complete. We make sure that's in the district improvement plan as a comprehensive look at what our district is doing for our kids specifically. So I did a very brief sample of strengths, and the reason is I did get a little carried away because we had a really great comprehensive needs assessment meeting in the spring, and everybody did some real due diligence, and so we had a really big list of strengths. We had a really this list that we want to work on, and so I went ahead and captured just a few for you this evening. And so some of those strengths would be the cultural and linguistic diversity. That one's near and dear to my heart. I think I bring that up just about every year. We do have over 50 languages, which is fascinating. Traditionally, people think that we have 3 or 4, something of that nature, but we have so many. It's quite interesting. Increased CTE opportunities. A non-humble brag to Ryan Contreras, who does a great job to continue to grow our CTE programming, those opportunities. It's something that we can really be proud of, and it's a major strength for us. And then multiple academic and extracurricular opportunities as well. And then a sample of needs. We always like to look at what's next. What do we need to do? How can we improve? And that's why it's a continuous model. With the needs, continue to increase advanced course enrollment and SAT, ACT participation. A big step we took toward that was last year, making sure all of our 11th graders had that opportunity. Improvement in achievement for our English learners and our students receiving specialized services. And then, of course, we're always looking for improvement in content area achievement and accountability. But our needs are not just tangible star-based. We have needs in there for increased parent involvement. How can we do more to reach out to our parents? How can we reach out for more communication? And what are some of those other things that really help us look at the whole child? So these are just a sample of those needs. And then this is just a short synopsis of what happens now. So in your board book and as posted, you have the first iteration, and I continue to say that, of the DIP, because there will be about 20 versions before the year is over. They call it a living document because our needs change and our plans change according to what our students need. And so you guys this evening, again, have that district improvement plan. Next month, we'll share the performance objectives from our campuses, and then formative plan updates. Again, I mentioned they are quarterly, and these are constantly reposted to both the district and campus websites. So we pull down the old one, we repost the new one, and so we keep doing that continuously. Our DEIC meetings, we hold 5 a year. We will hold our first one in early October, that's where we take things such as the school calendar, our professional learning plan, we do our comprehensive needs assessment. And so that is a representation of parents, professional, and auxiliary staff from each campus. And then we also work with the scorecard and dashboard for our one thing, and we just do an ongoing review of database needs and our funding needs. And so we really look at that, and we count on some of my colleagues to really help us with those things. So that's where we are, and that's kind of where we go with the district improvement plan. What questions may I answer for you?
I need a motion to approve as submitted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions from the board?
You're welcome.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, discuss and approve credit by examination audit process.
Still me. Thank you. This is a new requirement in Chapter 74.24, Section 1, subsection C, that requires us to make sure that we have an audit process in place for our credit by examination without prior instruction. This just came to us as a law. And so what you have in front of you is the resolution for the board-approved credit by examination audit process. What I'd like to bring to your attention is it is divided at the top into kindergarten through 5th grade, and then you'll see an exact repeat for 6 through 12 toward the bottom. And those things that we commit to do as an audit process for our credit by exam, we use accredited universities, NYU, Texas Tech, University of Texas, We always review the guidelines as set forth by TEA, review local and state-approved assessment lists, and then we always make certain that 100% of the questions are TEKS-based and directly aligned. We do conduct evaluations to make sure that we are using appropriate credit by exam testing sites and products. And so what I'm bringing to you is the proclamation for the board and the request for your review.
I need a motion to approve the credit by examination audit process proclamation.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions of the board?
This is just, I want to kind of read through here a little bit. This is, for example, you have someone that comes in for kindergarten who can prove that they know everything and they're okay, even though they might be on that 5-6-year-old.
We do. We have, it's a couple of different things. It is for students who want to do grade acceleration, such as that, or students who, without prior instruction, are seeking to achieve a certain credit. And then we always make sure that we use one of those accredited sites because it's truly a third-party objective scoring. And it is, you understand the required content for the state of Texas or you do not. And so we do provide those opportunities within certain windows and guidelines throughout the year. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from the board? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, discuss and approve 5 professional FTEs. Ms. X. Thank you, Dr. Glover.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening again. We're seeking 5 additional professional FTEs. At this point, the breakdown looks to be an ESL teacher, 3 at Lakeside, and 1 probably 5th grade at Oak Point. It's getting to the overflowing part. So we're thinking it'll be placed at Oak Point. So that equals 5 professional teaching FTEs. So the administration is recommending the approval of 5 additional professional FTEs as submitted.
I need a motion to approve as submitted. Do I have a second? Second. Any questions from the board? Mr. Forrest?
Yes, sir.
Is this for this year or for next?
This is for this year. Yes, sir.
Mr. Olson?
And you said that was 1 ESL, 1 at Oak Point, and then 3 at Lakeside?
No.
What was it?
The
'Cause I-
the ESL, I'm hoping to be creative and split between Brent and the high school.
Okay.
3 Lakeside, and then 1 5th grade Oak Point.
Okay, and what were the 3 at Lakeside? Where are you projecting those to be?
Currently projecting math, English, and potentially SPED.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, discuss and approve 1 special population professional FTE.
That's correct. The administration is recommending the approval of 1 additional special populations professional FTE going to Hackberry Elementary, and it's based on the a weighted audit that was recently done that determined need.
I need a motion to approve as submitted.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions from Ms. Epps? Mr. Burke?
Good. If I have the same question.
Grant, you want to explain federally funded, please? So it doesn't go against the,
Basically,
We're receiving the
it's
money
a little
from the
different
federal.
than our regular teachers.
yeah.
From the federal grant.
So, yeah. They help cover that.
No, not exactly, but partly. So we'll have the expense, but then we'll also get additional funding. So it's kind of a gross up.
It's like a
of
reimbursement of
reimbursement,
sorts,
yeah.
right?
But I guess my question kind of to that was, you said one of the 5 that we just approved up above would potentially be a SPED.
Right.
Why wouldn't the request here be for 2 special populations? And what makes this one federally available, not the other one?
The first one is not in stone that it will be SPED, because I'm looking constantly at class sizes and need. So I can say right now, that's where I see a need, but we're still in the process of doing a weighted study like we did at Hackberry, because if it turns out that SPED isn't the number 1, I have a number 2 ready to go, because our class sizes are quite large at the middle school, and we're trying to get that down and more reasonable.
But if it does turn out to be a need for a SPED, could it then fall into the federally funded category?
Grant, I would defer to you again. Or
Not necessarily with this particular grant. The grant that we would fund from special ed fundings is IDEA B, and it is one of our federal funds. But with that fund, we have to maintain maintenance of effort with local dollars. And so we have to keep our percentage of what we spend locally with what we spend from the federal grant. And so we're constantly looking at the maintenance effort and the comparability of studies to determine if we can, what positions we can fund federally and what we have to maintain from our local budget. And so that grant runs very different than our other grants.
So one of the 5 could be SPED, but even if it is SPED, because of the local maintenance.
because
they
of
wouldn't get
balance, it
covered
would still
anyway.
come out of our general budget.
Any other questions from the board? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Discuss and approve 2 non-exempt maintenance FTEs. Ms. Sachs.
And the administration is recommending approval of additional 2 maintenance, non-exempt paraprofessional FTEs to assist with maintaining the facilities district-wide.
I need a motion to approve as submitted.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any questions from the board? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, discuss and approve Student Health Advisory Council.
Okay, and I'd like to first start by just making sure we all understand what that is. Per policy BDF legal, it says it's a school health advisory council, SHAC, to assist a district in ensuring that local community values are reflected in the district's health education instruction. So some of the requirements for a SHAC are that, for example, the committee membership meet 4 times a year. As you can see in the report that is attached, our SHAC met 8 times. Another requirement is that it have at least 5 members. Our SHAC committee has 8 LEISD employee members, 4 student, 8 parent, and 1 that is both a parent and LEISD. We need to have the majority be parent. And so the one that's parent and LEISD is kind of on the line, and truthfully, we need to discount that. So we're currently actually seeking an additional parent or community member. To my knowledge, in policy, there is no limit to how many members could be on a SHAC committee, so at least 5. Currently, we recruit through our school nurses. They work through the campuses to see, who's interested in serving on the committee, if there's special interest or people that have questions that they can recruit from that method. Over the years, there have been years where like a campaign was established to recruit members, but at present, it's primarily people who are participating that are showing an interest in this area. And it is, as I said, an area where we could use some more people. So if there is anyone that you know of that would maybe like to contact Tony Nelson, our nursing coordinator, or a school nurse and express interest, that's welcome. So for tonight, we're recommending approval of Little Elm ISD School Health Advisory Council, SHAC members, and the list is attached, and the report for the 2018-19 school year as submitted.
I need a motion to approve as submitted.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Any questions from the board?
Just a quick question. I know in the past, we've had trouble getting volunteers because of the times that they meet. Are they still meeting in the early afternoon?
It's usually around 5. I guess if it depends on your version of early afternoon. It's after work for us
Okay.
at the end of the day.
So, but it's still like 5 o'clock when most people are still commuting back to,
And most of the meetings are.
yeah. Okay, because I know that in the past, there's people that wanted to get involved, but they couldn't because they couldn't be here for the meeting time. And I guess 5
Mhm.
o'clock, I just remember it being early and people couldn't make it back from work. Is there a possibility that could be pushed out later in the
We
evening?
can certainly
or-
check into it. I think the best thing we could do is take it back to the SHAC committee and make sure that we keep the members we have if
Yeah.
that time works for them, and then see what other options they might have.
Okay. Yeah, and if you've got anything that we could help push out too, because I know we have done a campaign before trying to get volunteers, but that's just the one complaint I remember, people that wanted to get involved that couldn't. So,
Yeah, and I would, one thing as you're talking about this, I think with all of our committees, making sure that number one, our community knows what committees we have as a district. So that's something I'll visit with Cecilia. I'm sure she's listening. And also Cleota, we can talk about maybe somewhere on our website, have a listing of all district committees and when they meet, just what they are when they meet, and then some kind of interest type of.
And I believe Ms. Nelson does have SHAC posted on the website. Maybe not as much information as we would like to put out there, so we can look at stepping it up a bit.
well, and 8 times a year too, and if they're planned out far enough, hopefully we can get people that could, once a
Mhm.
month, 8 times a year, that might help too, because if they're thinking it's something every month,
True.
a little determines. Anyway, so that was just the one thing I heard, so just some feedback. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, is there a requirement as far as attendance for these SHAC members? They have to attend 60%, 80% of the time if they're going to?
Not that I'm aware of. There's a minimum of 5, so a quorum of sorts, but I'm not aware of a percentage rule that they have like built into bylaws or anything.
That just brings up a question for me as well. I think some of the concern that or feedback I've gotten was that, one, it wasn't primarily community members or parents involved in it, that it was mostly staff. And I do see that, the breakout. I think the other concern that was put forward was at times it's parents listed as committee members, but they never go to a meeting. So that's where I was wondering as well. I'm assuming, I think I've seen it before, that there is a sign-in for each of these meetings. So that would be proof that we have the attendance required by community or parent members. If we can possibly see that, just to understand that we do have parent involvement in that committee.
I'll check with Ms. Nelson on that one. And there is the majority, but with the 8 parents and the 2 community members, we do have the majority not employed by Little Elm, but we would welcome additional parents. That'd be great.
Absolutely. And I know it's difficult to get, at times parent involvement. So I think to Ms. Harding's point, if we can make it conducive that they can attend, the one community member, Officer Holyfield, who is not employed by the district, but he works, at our campus. So I almost don't count him as he is a parent, but I would just like to see a heavier involvement by parent and community members.
Or maybe even staggered times, like,
Right.
if we could do something so that all the meetings aren't at 5.
Yeah. Or if there's a way to even engage some of the PTAs. You're already serving on a PTA board.
With the choir concert.
Right, exactly. To get them there and then say, oh, by the way, we're having a SHAC meeting.
Curriculum night?
There you go.
Yes. Just a thought.
Sure.
Most of the time, members on the PTA are very volunteer centric, so. All right, any other questions from the board?
I did know there is one just first name, no last name. Is that just oversight, or is it just anyone with that
I
name?
cannot explain that. Tony Nelson provided me this list, and I suspect she was seeking that last name and sent it over. But we'll follow up because ideally I'll be coming back to add more names onto this list, right? And so
That'd be
we'll
great.
get to that last name at that time.
I think we just need to give Miss Fierro some assistance since her name is on this list as well.
Yes.
There's like 3 Katies and they rotate it. One of the last names.
I can imagine you attend. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, no? Okay, 6-0, motion.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, discuss and approve financial reports.
Thank you, President Myers, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Gallagher. We have our July 2018 financials, and we are in between fiscal years right now. We're trying to finish up our 2017-18, and we're all, of course, going into our 2018-19 in September. So we'll try to maneuver between the two fiscal years. The budget amendments include all amendments through September 2018 for the 2018-19 fiscal year. The estimated budgetary fund balance increased $594,935. The major budget amendments is to increase, as you're well aware, the estimated revenue of $1,150,000 for the payoff by the tribute HOA related to Prestwick. And also the increase, as Cleota was discussing, the appropriations by $494,049 for 5 teaching positions and 2 maintenance positions. This is the fund balance analysis, again, finishing up the 2017-18 school year, or fiscal year. This will be, of course, adjusted when we complete our audit. The budgetary fund balance is at $29,278,033 to end the fiscal year 2017-18. And again, this will be adjusted after we get our audit completed, probably October, November. And you can see our initial budget fund balance was $27,786,140. And this is our 2018-19 budget, our current budget for 2017-18 just shows you the end of 2017-18 at $29,278,032. In 2018-19, our initial budget, it was a balanced budget. And again, there has not been any budget amendments up through today, but the proposed amendments will move from $29,278,000 to $29,872,000, again, adding $594,935 to our budgetary fund balance. This is our 2017-18, or actually 2018-19, sorry, I'll correct that. General fund budget recap. Oops, sorry. Our initial budget estimated revenue was $71 million. Our proposed amendments for tonight is $1,181,597 to increase our estimated revenue to $72,215,276. As you can see, our function at the campus level is our total appropriation is 77%, and that's normal from year to year and stays extremely consistent. We do see as we move through in time, especially when we start hitting May, June, July, August at the end of the fiscal year, that number will start decreasing as we begin some summer projects as we do every year. Again, our initial budget was balanced with the appropriations offsetting our revenue at $71,033,000. We have $594,935 in additional appropriations, increasing our estimated appropriations, $71,620,000. Again, with a budgetary surplus of $594,935. And I'll just make a comment. We have additional payroll budgeted in the proposed amendments, and it might appear that it's offset by the tribute funds. That just happens because the amendments coming to the board today, but we never budget payroll to one-time revenue. And so we're staying consistent in our methodology and our strategies. And but again, it appears that way, but we take the total payroll percentage to our major revenue, which is our tax collection state funding. Our general fund budget to actual summary, this is out July 2018. Our total revenue, we're 95% realized. Total expenditures, 84%. Net other, about $849,000 source. So our revenue over expenditures is about $9 million. Cash flow, started the period with $201 million. We've spent out 2.9 million, have $198,896,000 in cash and investments at the end of July. These are the bond projects. And I just want to stay extremely transparent. And you saw the slides that Rod showed as far as the approval of the bond projects and flowing through our bond program. We're bringing everything to the board to get approval. We want to stay extremely transparent with the community that all these bond projects are being brought to the board in a timely manner. And this is our sales and the voter authorization of $240 million. You can see in May 2018, the 2018, the first bond sale of $150 million. And then we had an August 2018 bond sale of $25 million. So we have $175 million available for bond projects, leaving us $65 million of authorized but unsold bonds. And these are the board-approved projects. And what you'll see on this list is when they're approved by the board, and Rick's going to be bringing some more projects to you all a little bit later. I'll add them to this slide. And then as I'm sorry, yeah, we'll add it to the slide, but I'll be stating that it's pending. You can see that the land, we have multiple locations. We have about 4 parcels of land for a project budget, which has been approved by the board of $12,335,000. Our year-to-date expenditures are $7,365,000, and the project balance is $4,970,000. And our Brent vestibules, the board approved at $207,000. Year-to-date, $125,000. Chavez, $216,000. Year-to-date expenditures, $132,000. And those are approved, and we'll change it to completed once it's 100% completed, and we've spent and we received paid for the final invoice. You'll see the Walker Middle School and Strike Middle School are pending. The projects have been approved, and Rick will be bringing the GMP and the budget to the board in December of this year. And then what I'll do is populate this to show the projected budget at that point. And this is the capital projects, the transportation operation building, which is approved by the board, is $10,895,000. Year-to-date expenditures, actual project-to-date expenditures is $1,331,000, with a project balance of $9,563,000. And these are the financials in the board packet. And the administration recommends approval of the July 2018 financial reports as presented.
Need a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any questions for Mr. Anderson? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Discuss and approve Little Elm ISD expenditures over 50,000 summary report.
Yes, we have two over $50,000 summary reports or contracts. One is for Haven Landscaping, and this is going to be effective September 18th through January 13th for a prorated renewal amount of $115,000. And this is expiring this last year. And so we're actually piggybacking off a Frisco bid. And this is for new and extension of Haven Landscaping contracts for grounds maintenance and irrigation for the district. And the second one is the Texas Association of School Administrators. And this is one thing.
Yeah, I can
Mr. Gallagher
speak
would
to
like
that.
visit.
Yeah, board members, what I would like is approval to bring in TAZA to do an external curriculum audit. And one of the reasons is, obviously, when we got our results back, a few months ago, none of us were happy about it. The fact is, we know our teachers are working harder than they've ever worked before. Our curriculum coordinators are working extremely hard. This district has never gone through a curriculum audit. And what I have seen in other districts that have done this, they get the findings that come back. Typically, they're considered deficit audits. So when you get a result back, it's not glowing with you're doing all these amazing things. It's very, very just straightforward. And these are areas that we see you have deficits. Here's some recommendations that we make or that we are making to you. It's very important at this point in Little Elm ISD that we take a look internally at the curriculum that we're providing our teachers to ensure that everything is aligned. We talk a lot about alignment between the state standards, between the resources we're using and what's taught in the classroom and what's assessed. So bringing in TAZA will allow us that third party, that external look at what we're doing in the district. And it's something that, again, I'm asking for and our administration's asking for to be proactive to really get us moving quickly on, obviously better student learning, but also better results.
So the administration recommends approval of the Little Elm ISD expenditures over $50,000 summary report as submitted.
I need a motion to approve as submitted.
Yes. As what?
But not as submitted, but as presented.
What is different?
Oh, the Havens Landscaping, the dollar amount.
Oh, I thought it was the same.
Okay, that was gonna be my question when we get to that.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
It's the date.
Okay.
Well, no, it's the amount.
It's the
Well,
amount.
yeah, but this only goes through January,
31.
not August. My question is.
Okay. Well, hold your question.
Yep.
All right, then I need a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Any questions?
So the change from what was submitted versus presented, it's a lower cost, but driven by a much sooner expiration date.
Yeah,
right?
it's a short period that the contract had expired. So what we did is we called Frisco and they went out for bid on it. So we're going to use their bid. And there's the bid expires on January 13, 2019. So we have to match up for that. So we'll either go out for bid or we'll renew again using Frisco's bid.
Grant,
'Cause
can
we
you
all
explain
share-
that real quick for the public? When you say use
Yes.
Frisco's bid, I want to make
Oh,
sure.
I'm sorry. Yes, Frisco, we're in a co-op, a purchasing co-op with Frisco. And so when either Little Elm ISD or Frisco or other members of the co-op go for bid, we can check a box that says that interlocal, you can use as an interlocal, which means school districts can share or use each other's bids if you're part of that co-op, and we are with Frisco. So we're going to use their bid up through
Gotcha.
January 13th,
Okay,
2019.
so they renew it at some point just up through January, so we're gonna roll with it and then
Yes,
go from there.
yes.
Also, I want to point out on the audit, it has effective date October 1st. That is the plan, to have auditors come in during the month of October, do the audit. We may get results back in 8 weeks, 12 weeks, but the date should be February, for the expiration date, February 1st, 2019. So that's just, again, everything should be completed at that point.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Do we need to amend that motion for just the change in the expiration date?
Tell me to-
It's type
2009. So I will need we'll drop the initial motion, and I need a motion to approve as presented with the change of expiration date for the TAZA audit to February 1st, 2019. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional questions? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next up, discuss and approve Little Elm ISD interlocal summary report.
Yes, this is a renewal, interlocal with Region 10 Education Service Center. The renewal amount has no change in it. It's for the services to local education agencies that join the Advanced Academic Cooperative, includes access to face-to-face and online professional learning, access to national speakers, assistance in developing AP, IB programs, face-to-face, 30 hours of GT, with GT modules for all teachers. And then 6-hour updates for all teachers, administrators, counselors, and technical assistants in the area of gifted education. And this was submitted by Amanda Ball. The administration recommends approval of the Little Elm ISD interlocal report as submitted.
I need a motion to approve as submitted.
So moved.
I'm sorry, do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions for Mr. Anderson? No? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next up, discuss and approve considering taking action to declare surplus and authorize sale of real property consisting of approximately 10 acres adjacent to the east of Prestwick STEM Academy at Lebanon and Prescott.
Thank you, President Myers and members of the board. Superintendent Gallagher, just here to talk about the sale or to actually have the board declare the property that is adjacent to Prestwick STEM Academy, approximately 10 acres. That's in the exhibit in your board packet to be of surplus and for sale. And this would be subject to it's called a right of first option that's held by Tribute Partners. And so as part of our original contract with Tribute Partners, they're allowed the right to purchase the property at $45,000 an acre. So if they agree to that, we'll move forward with them. If they don't agree, then we can go out and get other bids for that. So tonight, we're just asking that you declare the property to be not for educational or operational use, to also give authorization to the superintendent to negotiate with them, to come into an agreement with them, and bring that back to the board for approval. And so the administration asks that, I'm going to read it specifically to make sure I do it correctly. So
Okay.
the administration recommends the board declare the real property consisting of approximately 10 acres adjacent to the east of Prestwick Academy at the intersection of West Lebanon Road and Prescott to be surplus and no longer necessary for district operations or educational purposes. Approve the sale of the property and authorize the superintendent to offer the real property to prospective parties for the sale by sealed offer, subject to the right of first option, which we discussed earlier, and to receive and open sealed offers and bring the recommendation on the offers back to the Board of Trustees for approval.
I need a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All right, any questions or discussion for Mr. Reeves?
I have a comment. Rod, would you, just again for the public, because as we talked about earlier, we're in the process of purchasing land. So the public is aware, why would we be considering selling this property and who would we be selling it to?
Great point. So you notice that this is adjacent to Prestwick STEM Academy where we have our K-8 STEM Academy currently. And so you remember in 2020, that's going to be converted to a K-5 elementary campus. If you look at our demographic reports at build out in that area, it'll sustain a 740, 800 student elementary campus. We no longer need property there for that. We left a little bit of room there in case we did have to add on, but looking at our current projections at build out, which is 15, 20 years from now, we don't see a need to expand that campus. Also, right down the road, remember, there is going to be a middle school campus. And so we have all our educational purposes right there in that peninsula. Additionally, as part of our agreement, there's what they call use restrictions. And so those use restrictions determine what we can build there. And so it's limited to really school facilities. So we know we have an elementary campus that's going to hold its capacity. We have a middle school right down the road. So we can't put any other transportation facility, even though we're building one right now. Anything else that we might think of, it's really limited to only schools. And so we have a middle school and elementary there, right there, that'll sustain us all the way through build out. So I hope that answers.
It
the
does. I
question.
just, again, wanted for full transparency with our public, with our taxpayers, so they understood what the potential plan is there.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, discuss and approve Phase 1B bond project list.
Evening again, ladies and gentlemen. The Phase 1B bond list of projects that we talked about earlier, it does include 3 parcels of property of land, which you've already permitted us to get under contract. This would allow us to go ahead and go forward to close on those pieces of property. But it also includes funding for some new buses, the high school ball fields and tennis court refurbishment, stadium improvements, stadium scoreboard, safety and security improvements, district-wide HVAC and roofing projects, technology upgrades, high school CTE renovations, and capital reimbursements. The administration recommends approval of the list of bond projects as presented.
I need a motion to approve as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions?
No, I'm turning it on.
Oh, okay. Just out of curiosity, I've had a lot of people ask me, because it's been very, very obvious, there's been movement on Hart. Any ideas to when that's going to be completed? Considering there's no longer a house or a metal building there?
To me, we're supposed to be able to close as soon as all that
Yeah,
gets
or
completed.
the tennis courts, yeah.
So considering the property on Hart Road, 400 Hart Road, as part of the condition was to tear down the house, they've done that. And
Yeah.
so what we're doing now is what they call an ALTA survey, working with Mr. Martin. He recommended that we do that to make sure that it shows all the easements and all of that. And so we should be conducting that within the next 2 to 4 weeks to get that. Once that's completed, we'll be able to close on that property. On the adjacent property, we're still in consultation with the owners, and that will be brought back at another time.
I know that it's very hard to say, but where is that dividing line between the two? Just out
It's
of
almost
curiosity.
right in the middle because one's 1.17 acres, and the other one's 0.99 acres. So
Okay.
it's almost right down the middle. So
Because there's not a pole, light pole, anything there
No, they
designating.
get
it. It's
along, I
literally
guess.
just right in the
There's no
middle of everything.
fence.
Okay,
So-
I'm just curious. All right, thank you.
So I guess my question is just on the extent of the improvements or refurbishment of the current tennis courts.
Yes, sir.
Because we did see that that's a long-term hope that we move those over, build a competition gym, et cetera.
There was no major improvements other than resurfacing. If you go out there now, they're in pretty bad shape in some places. So it's refurbishing new windscreens and some fencing adjustments out there, but nothing major.
So we're not extending the life
No,
20
sir.
years and we're gonna.
We're
hopefully
going
10
to
years.
give them some good use for the next couple of years.
Any other questions? Mr. Forrest?
Are we replacing buses or just getting new?
Buying new buses.
How many more are we getting?
I believe this is 10, is that correct? I have to refer to transportation.
Looking at 12 buses, between 12 and 14 buses. And actually what that does is, if you remember, we brought that transportation contract earlier to the board. And so what that does is help reduce our costs, because we go from the Gold Star rate, which is higher, to a blended rate. And so we can save considerable dollars by owning our own fleet. Plus, we also have replacement in there too, as the lifespan of those buses is about 10 years. And so, we have depreciation as part of that too. So it's sort of a replacement cycle as well for those.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any, motion approved.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next up is discuss and approve LEISD board objectives for 1819. You were all provided with the board objectives through Mr. Gallagher for a chance to review. So this was just more or less a culmination of any objectives that you all had submitted that you wanted to include for the coming year. In addition, comparative to other districts, other boards within the area, such as Plano, like I said, Prosper, Frisco, just looking at, objectives overall and compare and contrast what some of you had already asked for. So this was put together more or less to serve as our next year's objectives overall, to really look and have an aim and a little bit of a path that we want to follow. Nothing that's really, that I wanted to really point out, other than in the next agenda item, you'll see just the comparison for the superintendent goals that we've created for him as well, for Mr. Gallagher as well. So this is on the agenda tonight to approve. So I need a motion at this time. Okay, do I have a second? Second. All right, any questions, discussion, further discussion on these items? Okay, then all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The next item is discuss and approve the LEISD board checklist. This again was just an item that we, in trying to get our board operating procedures up and revised a little bit more streamlined. This was one of the areas that we didn't really focus on the last workshop. So you all have, and actually I should take a step back. There were I think two or three of you that went back through and kind of updated. So I more or less just took your update and put it into the same layout that we had. For some reason, I can't pull it up. It's like all jumbled on my computer. I don't know why, so I can't see it. But added in there any items from TASB on new trustee checklist. We compared to that. I think the other items that were of note, there was some additional reading material that we took out because it was a little outdated. And then, let's see, added some more generic thought to it. I think we originally had names of administration that we wanted in there that has been removed. And then just some overall reading material that is all available on the TASB website as well. And then I believe the dates or the goals for each of those on that checklist are a little more aligned with what's on TASB from first 30 days, first 3 months, first year, and beyond. So I think originally we had some of that a little skewed. So that's been updated. So at this time, I need a motion to approve as submitted.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions on the checklist or concerns? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And just as an added note on that, we will have Ms. Padilla post that and double check, if you don't mind, just double check for any spelling or issues on that. Same with the previous agenda item I forgot to mention for the board objectives. And the font, apparently everybody's yelling at me about the font
And bullets.
and the bullets and the periods.
I'll look at it with you tomorrow. We'll work on it.
All right, next up, discuss and approve superintendent goals for 2018-19.
Yeah, President Myers, board members, first I want to thank you for your focus as a board on setting board objectives and goals that are aligned with obviously the district goals and my goals. And again, for full transparency, one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I had measurable goals that were aligned to our strategic plan. We set out several years ago before I was here as a community and as a district, and we put together a strategic plan that we're still following today, Destination 2020. So I wanted to make sure my goals were aligned to that plan, but I wanted to have specific performance expectations under each one of those. So what I will do, y'all have those to read. And again, for the community, rather than me reading all of these now, if the board approves these, I will go ahead and post these or have them posted on my website on littleelmisd.net under superintendent. But I feel really confident about these. I feel these are they're measurable. They're also in alignment with our campuses, specifically with the accountability piece. We've asked our campuses and our campus principals to meet a certain expectation, and I'm asking that the same of myself. So I'll let you read through those. And again, if you've got questions or thoughts, I'm sure happy to review those with you.
At this time, I need a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Any questions?
Yeah, I guess it's more of a comment. The only one that I did look at that just, I want to make sure is the one about the CTE courses, the 5%. I know we've had conversations with Dr. Tipton as far as making sure we don't cannibalize our program. So as long as we're comfortable in that percentage and we're not going to, hurt any of our other programs, then that's fine. I just want to make sure that that was taken into consideration during those objectives, please.
It was. Thank you for bringing that up, because we actually originally had a little bit higher of a percentage, and we've lowered it to because of what you just said there, that we don't want to cannibalize, and we want to make sure we continue the opportunities for our kids without hurting.
And I want to offer them as many things as we can, but I don't want to cannibalize our programs. The good health and sciences program and engineering and everything like that. I want to make sure we keep them all very healthy and robust.
It's good. I agree. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think one of the goals that we put in here was by June of next year, the state accountability system increasing the 10 percentage points to the meets, 5 percentage points in exceeds, and that all areas are going to be above state level. I think that's a critical piece just in light of the grades that we received this past year.
Yeah, and that is something that, again, going back, we've asked our campuses to do this. And again, this really, this is it's really a minimum expectation. All areas should be at or above the state level. There's no reason any of our tested areas should be below the state level with the teachers that we have in this district and the students we have. And again, increasing the 10 percentage points in the meets category and 5 in the exceeds. Those are clearly measurable goals and reachable. We certainly can reach those. So I was very happy to put those in there because that's what we're asking for our campuses to achieve.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think the only other thing I was going to add on this is just as, obviously we'll make this part of the review process for superintendent evaluation towards next summer. I think this should align. We've been, I think, a little inconsistent from year to year with that evaluation process. So I think the goal is to align the objectives as well as the superintendent goals, and then have that evaluation process next summer. All right. Next up is consent agenda. I need a motion to approve as submitted. Do I have a second? Any questions or concerns? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. Did we have any other reports this evening? And all right, under my comments, we do need to obtain a TASB delegate this year. Do we have any volunteers? Oh, perfect. Go ahead.
I'll nominate Dan Blackwood for that position.
Mr.
Second.
Mr. Blackwood, does that work for you?
Actually, very much so, yes.
Perfect. All right. And then we have the second item, board workshop for November. I believe we were looking at the 10th, 11th, and 12th.
12th, 13th, or 14th.
I was close. In November, 13th or 14th.
Yeah, one of the things that we want to discuss at this workshop is the, do a zoning update, because we're going to be moving quickly on the zoning of the two middle schools. So we're going to start that process really, I think it closes, the committee closes in September, is that correct? Yeah, it closes at the end of September, Rob? Yeah, so we'll start the zoning pretty quickly as soon as it closes.
12 or 14 works better for
I
me.
was going to say the 12th works great for me. Since it's a Monday, it's kind of,
I'm fine with any of the dates at this point.
14th, probably not for me because I'm actually at El Tasby the next day in El Paso, so
okay.
I may be leaving on the 14th.
So
You said
12th.
The 12th?
Yeah, it's Monday night.
12th would be best, yeah.
Perfect. November 12th it is.
Will you send a calendar invite to?
Daylight, I'll just have to deal with.
Yeah. When you snooze, you lose.
That's right.
Normal 6:30?
I would say 6:30 to 9 or something.
Better than 9:30?
Well, 6:30 work, or do you want it 6?
It's up to y'all.
It's up to you guys, really.
Do it here 5, do it here 5, do it here 4, do it here 4.
Let's just leave it at 6:30. Yeah, I think with traffic for several of you driving in, that's,
I have
let's
kids
just,
practice
yeah.
at 6:30, so I can drop them off.
Okay. And I will open it up for board comments. Actually, before I do that, I just have 2 items, Mr. Gallagher, that I wanted to bring up tonight. One is we've had several discussions on this in the past, but the board has asked or requested that we look at renaming the football stadium.
Second.
And I know you had some discussion as far as possible endorsement type situation, but we would like to get that on the next agenda for just reviewing what that potential could be. And then the other item, and I actually did mention this to someone, I don't remember who, but there was some concern on insurance for our devices, the one-to-one, that it expires in September, October, that we weren't going to renew. So I'd like to just have a better understanding by the next board meeting what we're doing on those devices.
Insurance on our devices?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I go back real quick? And again, I know this is just comments, but one of the things I do want to let the board know is if the board is ready to make a recommendation, because naming of facilities, it really is up to the board. So if the board has an idea, and if you do want to bring that up at a board meeting, we can put that on the agenda for a
So
vote.
are we able to have an agenda item for the recommendation and then the approval?
Mhm.
The same, so that way everybody can give it a little bit of thought,
Sure.
and then we can come back on, it's not, what month are we in? September, October?
And you're
board meeting?
talking about just the stadium?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so now I will open it up to board comments. Mr. Flores.
Mr. Gallagher, a couple of months ago, I had brought up the possible need for computers for the administrative assistants. Some of the very old computers that were really, really slow. We possibly get an update that I'll tell you what, I just got a computer. I was 5 years old. Today's.
So wait, hold on. I want to ask, you got a computer?
I mean, from work. I'm just
Oh,
saying,
from
this
work.
is-
Okay. I was going to say, hopefully we're giving you a computer that's not 5 years old. Okay, yeah, absolutely. And I can't speak to that right now, but we'll look into that. I would hope that our administrative assistants aren't using computers. I'm looking over at Sony's computer, making sure it's not 5 years old, but we shouldn't be giving old computers to our administrative assistants. So if that's happening, I'd like to know.
Yeah, I just get feedback from them. They're supposed to be slow, they have to speed up, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
For productivity is not there. When you're working on a really slow computer.
Okay. Yep.
Any other items? Okay, Mr. Olson?
Just want to thank staff so much to see those pictures of the transportation facility being started. Brings a smile to my face to see ground moving. Buses hopefully be out there sooner rather than later. So thank you very much for that. I know it's been a long time coming and many, many revisions. So thank you for that. Just on top of the great performance we had from our high school kids tonight, was honored to be at the AP banquet last week. Was tremendous to see over 200 names called that passed the AP exams with a 3 or higher. A couple National Merit Scholars. Just once again, praising the great job the staff at the high school is doing with our kids, getting them prepared for the AP exams, and having that many kids pass the test is just tremendous that, they're ready, depending upon what further college readiness they're ready to go to, whether that's one of our Texas State public schools or another one that they'll have some credit exams already ready to go for them to get some college credit. And on top of that, our National Honor Society kids, we had short notice. I emailed Mr. Hamlin for a little personal request for my HOA to get some volunteer hours. They came out and did a lot of dirty work. They were we put out probably, I bet, about 50 bags of mulch. Actually, no more now. I'm thinking 75, probably about 75 bags of mulch, and then unloaded a cubic yard of dirt out of the back of my truck. Across our flower beds, beautifying those on Hart and Walker Street. So just want to give a shout out. A couple of the kids, Mitchell McHugh, Christine Zank, Micah Cook, of course, my son Gavin. He had no choice in it, but he got community service hours out of it. And there were a couple others, and I apologize, I didn't get all the names, but we sent them to Mr. Hamlin. But just once again, most polite kids we have, didn't moan, didn't groan, came out there, did the work, got a couple community service hours, and so it was awesome. So just thank you to the National Honor Society for coming out and doing that. And that's it, ma'am.
Mr. Montero?
I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work, for staying here late tonight. And that's it for me.
Ms. Harding?
Just wanted to make sure Cecilia saw last month's agenda, so she made sure and read all the minutes. A lot of mention of you in that. I also wanted to give a special thank you to Mr. Reeves and Mr. Martin. We've got so much going on right now. It's a lot of hard work. I know you guys have had a lot of difficult conversations, a lot of things that have been going on. I just want to thank you for everything you guys have done. The updates have been fabulous. I'm with Mr. Olson, love the pictures, and I can't wait to tour the new middle school. So I was going to ask if we could have that set up, but I know we're a little ways out, so I'll be patient because I like always going and seeing the new facilities. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. And again, just like everybody else, thank you for staying late with us and putting up with all this stuff. So thank you guys.
All right, Mr. Blackwood?
Again, thanks staff and everyone for staying late with us, all the work you do. Remind all your friends, families, neighbors, cousins, brothers, sisters, and everything else. Basically 2 weeks, the world famous Classic on Lake marching competition is going to be happening. Everyone come on out and join us. A world famous. No, it's a great time. Please come out and join us. And we're going to have a blast with it. I do want to thank especially the high school and bringing our new Heart and Soul musical ensemble. I had the fortune of my son was actually one of the performers out there tonight. The one with the goofy hair in the back playing the bass, that was mine, unfortunately. So, but thank everyone for being here. Other than that, I'm finished. Thank you very much.
At this time, Mr. Gallagher, do you have any
I do. Just quickly, again, yes, thank you to the high school students that were here tonight, the Heart and Soul group, they were amazing. I also want to recognize, we had a great football game Friday night, and it was really, really fun. The weather did not cooperate, but I want to just recognize our band. You know, for I believe it's the last 2 weekends, they've not been able to perform because of the weather. So, you know, hopefully this coming weekend will be different, but the band's been working really hard and just proud of their work. So a week from Wednesday, we have our homecoming parade and activities. So we're looking forward to that. We'll have to give some reminders on how to throw the candy, and I know everyone's looking at Jason.
Don't worry, we don't have to throw the candy.
So it's going to be, well, no, how we should throw the candy.
Jason communication.
So we're excited about that.
Can we
So
put him on another float?
You know what? I will work with Cecilia to promote and produce a video on how to properly throw the candy off the
hey,
float.
I think we can do that. I'll start taking some. In fact, I'll just do Facebook Live when we're on the float. But anyway, so it's Wednesday. Remind me the time. No, it just says homecoming activities. 6:30. 6:30, same place, high school cafeteria. A week from Wednesday, the 17th. No, it's not the 17th.
Today's the 17th.
Oh, the parade is October 17th. Why did I say it's a week from Wednesday? Thank you. I'm thinking, so it's October 17th, 6 PM. It's when we'll meet at the parking lot, just like last year. I just was reading your writing.
Then at this time, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will adjourn at 10:33.
6 p.m. is the start.